Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Prison Break by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day.
Chapter 1. Joe Ripple had killed over 70 people in his lifetime of 68 years, so what did it matter if he killed a few more? He didn't know who Ruth Baker was or why someone wanted her and her family dead, but the reason didn't concern him. He was on death row in the Kessler unit, and probably only a few weeks from execution. This was his last chance to breathe God's fresh air and walk the earth freely, and he'd be damned if he refused the opportunity. Since he had agreed to the deal, he had waited for this day. And now it was finally here. Today was the day they were going to break him out of the toughest prison in Texas, and he was mildly curious to see how they did it. They came for him at 4:40 in the morning. He was awake. He had been awake since 3. He sat on the edge of the steel bunk with his hands flat on his knees and his back straight. 68 years had not bent him. His shoulders still filled out the white jumpsuit. His forearms were thick and corded. The veins stood up under skin gone brown as an old saddle. His hair was white and clipped close to a wide skull. His face was broad and flat and still. His eyes were a pale gray. They did not move often. When they moved all at once. A man gave himself away through his eyes. Ripple had learned a long time back to give nothing. 2 officers stood at the cell front. One was young and thick through the neck. His face still carried its baby fat. His eyes went everywhere at once. The other was older and narrow, gray coming in at the temples, his eyes flat and half asleep. The young one carried a clipboard. The older one carried leg irons. The irons had gone dull with handling. The older one read off the clipboard. Ripple Joseph. Offender 40119. Transfer to jail wing. Court-ordered psychiatric hold. 72 hours. Effective 500. He did not look up once. Ripple knew about the order. A lawyer had come to see him 11 days back. The man had soft pink hands and an expensive watch. He talked for 20 minutes about competency and evaluation. He never once met Ripple's eye. He did not come back. The order pulled a condemned man off the row for 3 days. It set him in the medical wing across the yard. Death row stood behind 3 fences and 100 locked doors. The medical wing stood behind 1 fence. Ripple had thought about that fence every night since the lawyer left. Hands, the young one said. Ripple was already putting his hands through the bars. A man who moved quick for the guards drew less notice. He had known that for 23 years. He had never forgotten it. The cuffs went on. The chain went to his waist. The irons went on his ankles. He stood when they told him to stand. They walked him out of the block and into the dark. The Kessler unit sat 40 miles outside Brindle, in the deep pine country of East Texas. No cell tower reached the front gate. The row had been built apart from the rest, its own building inside the wire, its own gun run overhead. The walk to J-Wing crossed the main yard. It ran through 4 gates and a long breezeway open on both sides to the night. Chain link fenced the breezeway. Gun towers stood over the fence 100 yards apart. The unit had been a working cotton farm 60 years back. The old furrows still showed past the wire, flat and pale, running out toward the tree line. Ripple saw it as he walked. He saw everything. 23 years in rooms full of men who wanted him dead had built the habit into him. 4 gates. 4 checkpoints. He had walked them in his head every night for 11 nights. He had walked jobs the same way once before he did them, every step laid down in the dark behind his eyes until his feet already knew the ground. This was a job. Nothing more. At the first gate, the officer on the panel took his time on the buzzer. He held the lock an extra 10 seconds. Ripple did not look at him. At the second gate, the sergeant running lead was not the man who usually walked a row transfer. This one was heavy set. His face was round and pitted. A gray mustache hid his mouth. His eyes were small and dark and tired. The nameplate read Girza. Garza checked his watch. He did not check the yard. He did not check the towers. They waited. Ripple didn't know what they were waiting for, but he had been here long enough to know that guards didn't just stand around looking at their watch and waiting while transporting a prisoner. It was probably only a few tens of seconds, less than a minute, but it was long enough for him to know that these guards were crooked or had been got to somehow, and that Garza was the one in charge of the detail. That and the fact that they were waiting for something that would probably involve a lot more prisoners than just Joe. 2 hours before that, in the Darumov Bay Wing, Captain Roy Dunmore stood in the doorway with his thumbs hooked in his belt. He was 51. He was tall and dry and narrow through the shoulders. His face was long, the skin drawn close over the bone, clean-shaven, already going gray at the jaw. His hair was cut short and turning to iron at the temples. His eyes were an intense, piercing blue. They did not blink much. He held himself very still. The stillness was the first thing most people noticed about him. He worked a piece of nicotine gum slow against his back teeth. He had quit cigarettes 5 weeks back on a doctor's word. He had not stopped missing them. Prude. Combs. 2 men crossed the Darum to him. Dale Prout came first. He was 30 yet. He was lean and hard used. Old ink wrapped both forearms, faded to the gray-green of a bruise. His face was narrow and quiet. His eyes were brown and level. They gave up nothing. He spent no motion he did not need. Wesley Coombs came behind him and slower. He was 29. He was wiry and could not sit still. A white scar split one eyebrow clean in 2. His face was sharp and the skin along his jaw was bad. His eyes were pale and quick. They found the doors first and the men second. His neck carried a bounce in it even when he stood. Dunmore did not raise his voice. He never did. He waited until they were close. Big morning, he said. So we hear, Prout said. Doors are going to open that ought to stay shut. Not long. About as long as it takes 1 man to get from the row to the county road. Not 1 minute past that, Dunmore worked the gum. He set 2 folded squares of paper on the table between them, face down. There's an address on each of these. Learn them both till you know them better than your own mother's name. Then eat the paper. Make sure you swallow. Prut took his and read it once. His lips barely moved. He set it back down. Coombs read his twice. You go out behind him, Dunmore said. Behind. Not with. You let him get clear first. You give him a full day's start. Out behind who? Coombs said. The old man off the row. Ripple. Dunmore looked at Coombs until the knee went still. He's got a job in front of him. A name, a house, everybody in it. He does that. Your job is the address on the paper. You sit on it. You wait for him to come and finish what he came to finish. And when he's done it, Prut said, it was not a question. You put your own eyes on it. You confirm the whole house is cold. Every one of them. Then you handle the last part. Dunmore's face did not change. The old man is the last part. Coombs's mouth started toward a grin. It stopped there. He know that's coming. He doesn't need to know a thing he isn't told. Dunmore's pale eyes held on him. A man like Ripple, this is his Hail Mary. He's got maybe 3 months before he goes to the gas chamber. He'll do anything for a chance to be out there. That's all he cares about. You're doing him a favor by putting him down Klein. A man's death. They nodded. Neither man asked who wanted the family in the house dead. Neither asked why a man would break a killer off the road to do this job. Those were not questions that got asked, not if you wanted to keep breathing in this concrete box. Both of them had lived long enough inside the wire to know that. The yard is going to come apart this morning, Dunmore said. Nobody will be counting heads today. You'll know when it happens. You'll find a door left unlocked where it shouldn't be. That's your out. Don't blow it. You get this job done and there'll be the usual payment at the end of it. Wait, said Prut. How do you mean the usual payment? Dunmore looked at Prut coldly. Did you think you're going to get to stay out there, find a woman, get married, have kids, and grow old together? Coombs shuffled a half step away from Prut, seeking to distance himself from his cellmate and demonstrate to Dunmore that he had no such notions. Prut's eyes glinted, but he grinned and shook his head. No way, boss. I just thought maybe if we could get some cash instead out there, maybe to buy us some drinks, get a few girls, have some fun while we can. Maybe, Ivan. Dunmore moved closer to Prut, leaning down over him, his blue gaze boring into Prut. You'll get the usual payment. And here, when you're back inside these walls. That means that when the cops or marshals come for you, you don't put up a fight. You don't try to run. You sit still, put your hands in the air, and come along like good little boys. You do any different, and I'll make sure your gut shot and left to bleed out before they call you a bus. That clear? Prut nodded vigorously. Clear as a bell, boss. He grinned nervously to show he meant it. Hell yeah. We'll take care of the old man. Be doing him a favor. After he finishes the job, Dunmore said again, his tone harder than when he'd said it the first time. And if he's messed up or missed out anyone, you finish up. Prut nodded again, knowing better than to say anything more. Dunmore stared at him for a long minute to make sure he had made his point. He glanced over at Coombs, who stayed still, keeping his face impassive and nodding once. Then Dunmore turned and walked out. Warden Colton Griggs took the call at 4:15. He was alone in his office. He stood up to take it anyway. He was 59. He had gone soft through the middle. His face was fleshy and pink and lined. His eyes were a pale, watery blue. They did not hold on any one thing for long. He turned his wedding ring around his finger. He did not know he did it. Dunmore's voice came flat down the line. Camera on the B corridor run is down this morning. An electrical fault. It's already in the log. You logged it, Griggs said. The maintenance slip is on your desk. It needs your name on it. Then it's clean if a man ever comes asking. Griggs did not answer straight off. He looked at the photograph on the desk. His daughter in a graduation gown. The picture was 4 years old. He kept his eyes off the bottom drawer. The lock on the drawer had quit working a year and a half back. He had not thought about that night in some while. He never thought about it as little as he wanted to. Fine, Griggs said. Send it up. Already up, Warden. It's on your desk, dead center. The line went dead. Griggs sat with the slip in front of him. He did not touch it for a minute. Then he signed it. He always signed it. The choosing had gone out of his hands a long time before this morning. The trouble started on B-wing at 4:52. The locks on the block let go all at once. Up and down the runs, the cell doors rolled back on their tracks. Men who should have been behind steel stepped out into the open. It started with nothing. A shoulder caught a shoulder wrong between two men off rival tiers. A word got said that did not need saying. A man off the west dorm had a shank ground down out of a toothbrush handle. He drove it into the throat of a man off C tier. The blood came out in a hard pulse. It ran black under the white lights. The man went to his knees with both hands at his neck. After that, no one needed a reason. A mop handle broke over his skull. The bone gave with the sound of a green branch. A can of pepper spray hit the floor and came up in another man's fist. He turned it on the officer who had dropped it. 4 officers came through the doors at a run. The first one through went down under 6 men. Boots came down on him. He stopped moving before the other 3 reached him. The radios screamed over each other. No one could get a clear word through the channel. The yard doors were supposed to lock at the first sign of a disturbance. They stood open. The officer posted to them had been pulled to B-wing 9 minutes earlier. The order to pull him had come from a supervisor who outranked the post. The east wing lights went out at 4:58. A breaker. Nothing more than a breaker. It was the one breaker a maintenance crew had been told to flag for testing that morning. Smoke started off a mattress somebody had set burning in B-wing. It climbed the wall. It rolled flat along the ceiling. In the dark, in the smoke, in the screaming, the whole machine built to hold 3,000 men inside a fence quit doing its work. Ripple was in the breezeway when the east wing lights went black. Garza stopped walking. The 2 young officers had gone back for the call on B-wing 2 gates ago. It was Garza alone now. Garza looked at his watch. He did not look at Ripple. Go on ahead, Garza said. Ahead where? 3rd gate standing open. Go through it. Past the laundry there's a door propped with a wedge. You'll find it. Garza still did not look at him. An honest man would have looked afraid, being alone with a condemned killer with over 70 notches on his belt. Garza just looked at his watch again, like he cared more about the schedule than about Ripple. Ripple went. The third gate stood open. He walked through it. Past the laundry, a steel door stood open a hand's width, a wood wedge under the bottom of it. Beside the door, in a crack in the concrete, sat a key. The note had told him the key would be there. He had read the note once, 11 days back, and eaten it. The key unlocked the cuffs. It unlocked the waist chain. It unlocked the leg irons. He left the irons on the concrete. He did not hurry. He had no reason to hurry. Past the door ran a service road. Across the service road stood the outer fence. Along one stretch of the fence, for 6 feet, the bottom wire had been cut and turned back. No report written afterward would ever explain that stretch. Ripple went through it low. He came up on the far side in the wet grass. A sedan sat on the shoulder of the service road with the engine running and the lights dark. The driver was a shape behind the wheel. Ripple had never seen him. He did not ask the man's name. He got in. The sedan pulled off the road with its lights still dark. It turned toward the state highway. Behind it, the sky over the east wing had gone orange along the bottom. The alarm had started. Prude and Coombs went out less than 2 minutes later. They went through a gap torn in the yard fence on the far side of the smoke. 11 other men went out with them. Before the perimeter closed again, close to 3 dozen inmates had used that same gap. Some ran for the tree line. Some ran for the county road. Most had no plan past the fence. Most would be back inside the wire or dead in a field by the week's end. That was the point of them. They were noise. They were bodies to send the count chasing. Coombs looked back once at the smoke standing black over Baywing. Men were dying back there. Almost all of them in brutal, horrible ways that didn't bear shining about. He tried not to think about it. Prude did not look back. He had his address learned and swallowed. He was already thinking about the road. Warden Griggs stood in the parking lot at 5:15 in his shirt sleeves. The smoke still hung low over the east wing. He gave the numbers to a Texas Ranger over the phone. The man had asked for them twice and would not stop asking. 35 men off the count. 4 officers down, one of them not expected to survive. 1 dormitory gutted by fire. No prison in the state had lost that many men off a single morning's count in longer than anyone on the call could name. Captain Roy Dunmore stood a few feet off with his arms folded. He watched the smoke. He said nothing at all. 40 miles down the highway, Joe Ripple rolled the window down a hand's width. The morning air came in across his face. It was cold. It smelled of pine and diesel and cut hay. He had not smelled the outside in 23 years. He filled his chest with it. He held it. He let it out slow. He did not know who Ruth Baker was. He had the name. He had the town. He had the faces off a photograph the lawyer had left him. That was enough. A house full of strangers stood between him and the rest of his life. He had crossed worse ground for less. He rolled the window back up. He watched the county road come on out of the dark. He was mildly curious to see how the rest of it would go. He thought about Ruth Baker and her family and how he would kill them.
Chapter 2. They came up the long, cracked apron of the parking lot and into the middle of a gunfight. Ruth saw the muzzle flashes before her mind had caught up to the rest of it. 3 of them, then 4 hard white stutters down in the blue shadow along the front of the Dead Anchor store. And the flat tearing sound of automatic fire crossed the lot and came through the windshield a half-beat behind the light. Cars sat abandoned at every wrong angle, with their doors flung open. Men in dark clothes and masks moved between them with long guns up at their shoulders. The near knot of them dropped to a knee and leveled to cover, while a second knot rose and crossed the open ground and went down in their turn. And Ruth read the drill of it in one glance, bound and overwatch, one element always up, and knew at once this was a group with tactical training. Ex-military maybe. Like Aaron. A woman ran across the far end of the lot with her purse still swinging from her arm and both hands thrown up over her head. She looked like she was crying. A man lay crumpled on the concrete apron in front of the doors and did not move, and the dark spread out from under him and caught the light. Ruth had her door open before Aaron brought them to a stop. 10 years of walking into some of the deadliest firefights had laid the cold down in her, layer over layer, and she felt it come over her now the way it always came, slow and total, turning the noise down and the edges up. Her hands were steady on the pistol. They were always steady. That was the thing she had that most people did not, and the reason she was the one they sent. That when the world tore open, her body went quiet and her mind went clear, and time unfolded itself in front of her in pieces she could pick up one at a time. "Call it," Aaron said. He had gone quiet in the way he only went quiet at the worst of it, and she could hear everything he wasn't saying under the one word. "Behind the wall. Move." He put the Range Rover in behind a brick trash enclosure, and they came out low and set on the corner of it. Ruth keyed the radio and handed dispatch what she was looking at in the flat, even voice she kept for exactly this. "Ranger 351, shots fired, active shooter at the old abandoned mall off Route 9. 15+ armed subjects, long guns, body armor, moving in coordinated teams. 1 victim down in the lot, more inside. Roll everything you have, stage DPS tactical and EMS at the highway, and call us before you send anyone in." She looked at Aaron. 2 of them. 2 Rangers and 2 pistols against 20 long guns, strung across open ground, with the sun at their backs. Everything she had ever trained said you moved to the sound of an active shooter and made him deal with you instead of the helpless, and she believed it, and she had done it more than once. But that was built for 1 gun or 2. It was not built for a company of them, moving like soldiers. 2 pistols breaking cover into that would change nothing but the count of the dead on the asphalt, and would leave no one alive who knew where the guns were. So she held. Holding took everything she had, and she had a great deal. 40 yards out, a man died. He was down between a pickup and a minivan, face to the ground, and one of the masked men crossed to him at a walk, set his boots, put the muzzle to the back of his skull, and fired, and the body jumped with the round. Ruth's front sight was on the center of the killer's back before she had decided anything, and there it stayed, and she did not fire. 40 yards, a moving man, a dozen of his own strung between her and any wall that would stop a miss, and the flash off her own muzzle that would hand 30 rifles the exact place she and Aaron knelt. She rode the shot down and did not take it. It was the hardest thing she had done in a while, but it had to be done to keep them alive long enough till backup arrived. Beside her, Aaron breathed her name once, low, sensing her frustration and eagerness to join the fray. He knew better than anyone else how hard it was for her to stay her hand this long. A fire team peeled off the main body and came toward them across the lot, 4 men in a tight file, weapons up, quartering the ground as they came. Ruth put her front sight on the lead man's chest and did not move or breathe. Aaron went to stone at her shoulder, and the 4 of them came close enough that she heard boots grinding on grit and saw the dark line of sweat down the first man's spine. They swept the last row of cars, turned 3 feet short of the wall, and flowed back toward the doors without ever knowing how near they had come to dying. Ruth let the breath out slow and even. The shooting rolled off the lot and into the black mouth of the store. She looked at Aaron. He was already looking at her. 7 months married and partnered for almost 2 years, and the sentence did not need saying. They had been in enough situations to think and act as one, that perfect sync that made them the team with the best closure rate in the state. They crossed the last of the open the way the men they were hunting had crossed it, bounding car to car, Ruth up while Aaron covered and Aaron up while she did, and they came hard onto either side of the blown-out doors, and she gave him the nod, and they went in. The dark blinded her for a second, but she kept moving instead of waiting it out, using feet and sound and her body to guide her. The mall opened around her in bars of falling light, 3 floors of it under skylights gone green and half punched out, the sun dropping through the holes in hard white shafts full of turning dust, the whole dead cavern of it reeking of rot and pigeon and standing water. The gunfire was louder in here, coming from everywhere at once as it chased itself around the concrete, and she cut each black doorway with her muzzle as it came and went to the sound the only way she knew, one covered step buying the next, Aaron reading the angles at her back. A shape came out of the dark on her left and her sight was on it, and the slack was gone from her trigger before she knew it for a mannequin, naked and armless, canted at the lip of a gutted window. She brought the muzzle down off it and moved on. She did not spend a breath being rattled. There was not one to spare. They pushed deeper on the sound, past a toppled kiosk and a bank of dead escalators, into a service throat where the light failed and they went by feel and muzzle. A man crossed the mouth of the corridor 6 feet ahead of them, a silhouette with a rifle held ready across his chest, and Ruth stopped with her sight centered on him and held it there. He looked left, looked right, said something low over his shoulder to someone she could not see, and moved on across the gap without seeing Aaron and her, and was gone. They went on again, because the sound was still ahead, and the sound was where the living were. A body lay across the mouth of a stripped storefront, a young woman, one arm flung out ahead of her, something dark and wet spreading beneath her on the tile. Every oath Ruth had ever sworn was screaming to her to get down on her knees at that arm with her fingers on the pulse. She gritted her teeth, kept her muzzle up and stepped over it and went on, because you did not give your gun and your eyes to the dead while the guns that made them dead were still working ahead of you in the dark. And she carried that choice like a weight between her shoulders. The concourse dead-ended at a stopped escalator, and she took it up to the second level 2 steps at a time with Aaron covering the well beneath her, because height was the only edge 2 guns had over 40, and she came out onto the upper railing, and the whole atrium opened up under her. It ran 3 floors beneath the broken glass, and it was full of them. 40, 50 more, spread over 2 levels in a running battle, masked shapes pouring fire into masked shapes, muzzles winking in the gloom, bodies dropping and lying where they fell. In the middle of it, a man stood straight up in the open, unhurried, unafraid, holding a phone on a long pole over his head and turning it slowly across the whole of it, and Ruth understood what he was doing, using his phone to scan and record the unseen areas, so he could get tactical information before entering a potential kill zone. Against the far wall, on their knees in a row, were people with their hands laced behind their heads and armed men standing over them. As she watched, One of the men brought his rifle up off its sling and stepped in close behind the line. That decided it. She did not have the numbers, and she did not have the time, but none of it made the smallest difference. Because in 10 seconds, that man was going to start at one end of the row, and 2 guns with the drop from the upper level was the only thing in this building that might make him choose otherwise. She touched Aaron, 2 fingers, the old signal, and they went fast and low along the railing toward the angle over the kneeling line, her mind laid out cold and clear ahead of her. His target and hers, first and second, how far short of enough 2 magazines were going to fall. They were 3 strides from the corner when a man stepped out of a doorway 6 feet in front of Aaron, brought a rifle up, and put it dead center on Aaron's chest. Ruth stood a half step to Aaron's right, and because she was looking across the threat instead of straight down the barrel of it, she saw in one carved-out sliver of a second the things her husband could not. Aaron's front sight was already on the man's sternum, and the tendons were already standing on the back of his hand. And over the man's eyes sat a wide black band, a headset, blinding him to the actual world. And 3 feet off his shoulder, a phone rode a floating gimbal, tracking him, and the mouth of his rifle wore a scraped ring of orange where paint had been filed off plastic, and where a magazine should have been there was a fat clear hopper of little gel beads. Toy, it tore out of her, and she was already driving her hand down onto Aaron's forearm and forcing the muzzle at the floor. It's a toy, hold. The man pulled the trigger, and a stream of gel beads stitched up the front of Aaron's vest and burst cold and wet and bright blue against his throat. A dozen in a single second, rattling off his badge. And behind the headset, the kid was grinning like Christmas morning, walking the fire across Aaron's chest in a neat, unhurried line and shouting to no one. To numbers only he could see. Down. He's down. That's the whole squad. Let's go, and then he shoved the headset up onto his forehead to celebrate. And he saw what he had actually been shooting at. Ruth watched the blood go out of a 19-year-old's face in real time. She watched him take in the 2 badges and the 2 drawn pistols, and the blue gel running off the throat of a Texas Ranger who had been 1 ounce of pressure from ending him, and watched him understand, all at once and all the way to the bottom, what had almost happened in this room. The rifle fell out of his hands and hit the tile, and it did not sound like a rifle. It sounded like a lunchbox. Rangers, she put it out across the whole atrium in the voice that goes under panic instead of over it. Everybody stops. Right now. Guns down, headsets off, hands where I can see them. It went through the crowd in a stunned, ragged wave, and somewhere a thumb found a phone and the sound cut out, and in the enormous silence that dropped, she understood that half the gunfire she had been hearing had been coming out of a speaker the size of a beer cooler. 50 kids stood up out of cover blinking, peeling headsets off their sweating faces, lifting their hands. The kneeling hostages turned around to find out what had stopped the game. And out in the lot, 40 yards from where she had knelt, the murdered man sat up, brushed off the front of a gray shirt soaked dark with something far too blue to be blood, and looked around for the referee. And just that fast it was finished. Aaron looked down at himself, at the blue running off his vest and dripping onto the tile, wiped a smear of it out of the gray stubble on his jaw, studied it on 2 fingers, and said, in a voice of enormous and perfect dignity, "I have never been shot so many times in my life." And Ruth laughed. It came up out of the same deep place the held shot had come from, everything she had carried up the escalator and along the railing turning over inside her and coming out the far side, and she stood in a shaft of green light with blue gel spattered across the man she loved and 50 children with their hands in the air, and she laughed until it hurt. They called themselves Ghost Protocol, 11,000 followers and not 1 permit to their name. The mall scouted off a list of dead ones. The meetup pushed to a group chat that morning. The orange tips filed off the blasters because the orange, one of them explained to her in dead earnest, broke the immersion. Not a single one of them had thought about the highway, or the tire shop across it, or the ordinary terrified woman who would watch masked men carry rifles into a building and do the only sane thing there was to do. The boy who had shot Aaron was named Cody, 19 years old, and Ruth held him by both shoulders until he met her eyes and told him the one thing that mattered, that he had come around a pillar and put a gun on the steadiest hand she had ever stood beside and been a pound of pressure from dead over a stunt, and she watched it land on him, and then she left him to the county and the sheriff to deal with later. They stopped for coffee at a roadside place with a red tin roof and a sign outside advertising pie, bait, and diesel in that order. Aaron came back from the restroom carrying 2 paper cups and slid into the booth opposite Ruth. He had washed most of the blue gel from his throat, but a thin streak remained under his left ear. "You missed some," Ruth said. "I did not." She pointed to the spot on her own neck. Aaron rubbed at it with a napkin. The napkin came away blue. He looked at it with weary disgust. "How is that stuff still on me?" "You were shot about 40 times. 47. You counted." A man likes to know the scale of the attack he survived. Ruth took a sip of coffee. "You were killed, actually. I heard him announce it. The whole squad. Wiped out. By ghost protocol." Aaron stared into his cup. "That may be the worst part." The worst part was the orange paint. It broke the immersion. Ruth pressed her lips together. Aaron looked at her. "Don't." They filed off the safety markings. "I know. Put on masks and body armor." "I was there." Carried realistic rifles into an abandoned mall beside a public highway. Ruth. And then covered their eyes so they couldn't see the 2 actual Texas Rangers pointing actual loaded guns at them. Aaron kept his face solemn. You have to admire that level of commitment. That did it. Ruth laughed into her coffee. Aaron held out another few seconds before his mouth betrayed him. 50 tactical geniuses, he said, and not one of them thought to put up a sign. Private event. NERDS at play. Please don't call the police. Real GUNS may ruin immersion. Ruth laughed harder, and Aaron joined her, the 2 of them sitting in a vinyl booth in full Ranger gear, while truckers and retirees glanced over and tried to work out what was so funny. Aaron wiped his eyes. "You know what worries me." "What?" "They have 11,000 followers." "Had." "You think this will hurt the channel?" Ruth looked at the last blue smear beneath his ear. "No," she said. "I think you're going to be the thumbnail." They were an hour south and most of the way home, the afternoon still sitting on her like a weight, Aaron picking dry gel off his collar at every red light when her phone lit up in the console. She looked at the screen and something in her chest lifted before she had finished the name, and she put it on speaker so Aaron could hear. "Hi, Ben," she said. "Baker?" The voice came through dry and unhurried, the same as it had always come, and that was the thing that got her, not the word but the shape of it, the ease of it, the sound of the man who had run her team for as long as she had had one, and not the hollowed-out version of him she had stood beside at a graveside in the spring. "Tate in the truck with you." "Right here, Ben," Aaron said. Ruth found she was smiling at the windshield. "You're back." "First day." They sat me behind a desk, and a stack of overtime slips a foot high, and it is the happiest I have been in 6 months. A pause came down the line, and when he spoke again, the dryness had a small crack in it, quickly mended. It's good to hear your voices. I'll only say it the once, so mark your calendar. We're glad you're back, Ben, she said, and left it there, because in all the years she had known him, she had never once known Ben Miller to want a tender thing dwelt on, and the surest way to honor the man was to keep moving. You sound like yourself. Getting there. So don't waste me. You hear what happened up in Brindle overnight. Brindle? No. The Kessler unit came apart. His voice flattened into the register she knew, the one that meant this is real, write it down. All of it. A riot in the blocks before dawn, a fire, a whole dormitory gutted. By the time they had a straight count, the sun was up, and they were better than 30 men short. And these are not fence jumpers, Ruth. Some of them are the worst this state keeps behind a wall. Aaron had gone still in the driver's seat. 30 men. Out of Kessler. 31 confirmed, and the number keeps moving. It's the worst break in the history of this state, and nobody has said that part into a microphone yet. The marshals have the lead, escaped prisoners are their bailiwick, and they've stood up a fugitive task force out of a command center down in Brindle. But 31 men loose in the piney woods is more than any one outfit runs down alone, so they've asked for everybody. DPS us the counties. The colonel put the Rangers in before they'd finished the sentence. All teams briefing at the command center tonight, and I want my 2 best faces in that room when they hand out the map. You're closest. Can you turn around and roll straight up there? Ruth looked at Aaron. He was already checking the mirror for the median. We can, she said. Fair warning, Ben, we're covered in blue gel, and it's a story you are not going to believe. Save it for the coffee, Ben said. Drive safe. And Ruth, thank you. Both of you. It's a good day to be back. And he was gone, the way he always went, before anyone could say a thing back to him. Aaron took the Range Rover across the median at the next break and pointed it north. And the road home slid away behind them, and the long green country toward Brindle opened up ahead. She thumbed a text to Jake. Not coming home tonight, work came up. Lock the doors and set the alarm. Text me when you're all up. Love you 3. She watched it deliver, then go to read. She always sent the same one. She had sent it from 100 nowhere highways over 100 nowhere years, and she had never once thought twice about it, and she did not think twice about it now. Prison break, Aaron said, after a few miles, testing the shape of the words. He reached over without looking and put his hand on her knee, the same as he did at the bottom of every hill they ever went over together. Well, beats getting shot to death with a toy. Chapter 3. The command center was a National Guard armory on the north edge of Brindle, and by the time they found it a little after 11, the lot around it had become a small city. Ruth took in the federal SUVs, black and identical, nosed in a row by the door. The white Suburbans and gray-green pickups of a dozen county sheriffs behind them. A DPS mobile command trailer with its slide-outs open, and its mast run up into the blinding Texas sun. The deep green trucks of the game wardens, more of those than anything else, because in the end it was the men who knew the bottoms who were going to have to walk this thing down. 2 news vans held back at the road by a trooper who had plainly stopped being polite about it an hour ago. And behind all of it, the wall of pines stood tall and close, and Ruth thought, looking at it, that a man who wanted to fall off the face of the earth could do a great deal worse than start here. Inside, the drill hall had been turned into a machine for finding people, and the machine had been running about 18 hours and was showing it. Folding tables in long rows, laptops open on every one of them, a snarl of orange extension cords taped down the concrete floor. A bank of whiteboards along one wall gone gray, with half-erased grease pencil. Coffee urns. The particular smell of too many sweating people in an enclosed space. And down the long back wall, in 4 rows under the fluorescent lights, the photographs. Ruth counted them before she did anything else. 35 faces, each one a booking photo blown up to the size of a sheet of paper, each one with a name and a number grease-penciled under it. A red X had been drawn across 6 of them already. That left 29 men still somewhere out in the dark, past the pines, and the whole loud, exhausted room existed for the single purpose of drawing red XS across the rest. "You feel that?" Aaron said low beside her. He had his hands in his pockets, and his eyes moving over the same room she was reading. "Too many badges. Not enough boss." "There's a boss," Ruth said. She had already found him. A room like that one arranged itself around whoever was actually in charge of it, the way iron filings arrange around a magnet, and Ruth could have picked the man out with her eyes shut just by watching where the questions went. They went to a big man standing at the center table with a topographic map spread under his hands, and he was answering them one at a time without hurry and without raising his voice, and the room bent toward him while he did it. He was somewhere in his 50s, and built like a man who had played a violent game young and then kept the weight and turned it to ballast. Close gray hair, a nose that had been broken and set flat a long time ago, and a pair of reading glasses shoved up onto his forehead that he never once brought down. His eyes were a pale, flat gray, and they moved slow, and the slowness was a lie, because Ruth watched them take in her and Aaron crossing the floor and price them both out to the penny before they had covered half the distance. When he spoke, it was in an unhurried Gulf Coast drawl that carried to the corners of the room without ever seeming to try. "Rangers," he straightened off the map. "August Rel. They call me Gus." He put out a hand the size of a first baseman's mitt and shook Aaron's and then Ruth's, and when he took hers, he tipped his head a half-inch. "A baker. I know the name. That business down in the valley last winter was good police work in an ugly spot. He let go before it could become a thing. Glad to have somebody in the room who's done the hard version of this before. Half these agencies have never lost a man off a count in their lives, and it shows." "Right back at you, Gus," Ruth said. "Where do you want us?" "I want your eyes, is what I want. Everybody in here can read me a bulletin. But someone with your history is worth any 10 of them." He said it dry, but the gray eyes had gone flat and serious on her. "Walk the board with me. Tell me what you see. Then I'll tell you the parts that are keeping me up." Ruth liked him, and she could tell Aaron liked him too. It was the way he had said your eyes and meant it, the way he ran a room stuffed with turf and rank and did not spend a breath defending his own, insisting on first-name basis. A man like that was rare enough in this work that she had learned to pay attention when she came across one. He walked them to the boards, and the reconstruction began to come apart in exactly the way he'd promised. Nobody could yet say for certain how it had started. That was the first thing, and the worst, and Gus laid it down flat. Somewhere in the blocks before dawn, the doors had come open that were never supposed to come open, and by the time anyone understood what was happening, there were men in the runs who should have been behind steel, and then there was a fire in a dormitory, and then there was no controlling any of it. The count, which was the one sacred, unbreakable number a prison lived and died by, had simply come apart in the smoke. It had taken until full daylight to establish even that men were gone, and longer than that to put names to them, And there were officers in the hospital who were the only ones who knew certain pieces of it and were not yet able to say. Confusion is the honest word for it, Rel said. Everybody in that prison spent this morning fighting a fire or quelling a riot or one of a dozen separate brawls, and dragging their own people out, and nobody was writing any of it down. So what I've got is 100 pieces of a thing and no picture on the box. He tapped the map. Here's what I know for sure, and here's what I don't like. What he knew for sure, laid out, was a list of failures so complete that Ruth felt the cop in her go still, and cold the way it did when a thing stopped looking like bad luck. A camera on one of the interior runs had gone down for maintenance that same morning, logged and signed. Doors that should have locked automatically at the first alarm had stood open, because the officer whose post it was had been pulled off it minutes before. A stretch of the outer perimeter fence, back behind the laundry where no tower had a clean angle, had been cut and folded back, and nobody could say when. And on the service road, beyond that fence, a rancher had found tire tracks that morning, where a vehicle had sat idling in the dark, and then left in a hurry toward the state highway. Any one of those, Gus said, I'll give you. Prisons are old and broke, and half-staffed, and things fail. A camera goes down. A door sticks. A fence rusts. He turned and looked at her, and the drawl had gone out of his voice. But that's 4 things, Baker, and they all failed in a line, and they all failed in the same 40 minutes. And every one of them failed in the exact spot a man would need it to fail to walk from the inside of that prison to a car on a county road without one soul laying eyes on him. You do this long enough, you stop believing in that kind of luck. You think somebody opened the doors, Ruth said. I think somebody built a riot to hide a door being opened. He said it quietly, so it stayed at their table. I think 3,000 men tearing a prison apart is the best noise in the world to move one man out under. And I think when we finally get a clean count and a clean timeline, we're going to find that all this fire and all these fools running through the woods were the smoke, and that somewhere in the middle of it, there was one quiet thing that actually mattered, and it walked out the back while we were all watching the front. He straightened and added in a quiet tone, I haven't said that to this room. I'm saying it to you. Ruth looked at the wall of faces and felt the shape of it settle over her, cold and clean, and did not answer, because there was nothing to add. She agreed with his assessment. He had already gotten it right. The prison's own people were there, and Gus took her to them, because a reconstruction was only ever as good as the people who had been inside the thing when it broke. Warden Colton Griggs was a soft man in a good suit that no longer fit the day he was having. 59 or thereabouts, gone heavy through the middle. A fleshy pink face that had not slept, and a pair of watery pale eyes that would not settle on anything for longer than a second before they slid off it and went hunting for the next thing to worry about. He turned his wedding ring around and around his finger the entire time he talked, and he talked too much, in the over-explaining rush of a man who believes the sheer volume of his cooperation will be mistaken for control. He told them how many years he had run the unit clean. He told them about the budget cuts and the staffing he had begged Austin for and never gotten. He told them twice that no one could have foreseen this, and each time he said it, Ruth heard the thing underneath it, which was please, which was a man standing in the wreck of his whole career and looking for someone to tell him it was not his fault. She had met 100 men, broken by a bad day. He was one more. If there was anything else in him, she could not find it, because the fear of the ordinary catastrophe was so large in him, it filled every room he had. The captain was a different animal. Roy Dunmore stood a pace back from his warden with his hands folded in front of him, and where Griggs was noise, the captain was stillness. And the stillness was the first thing Ruth noticed about him and the thing she kept coming back to. He was 50 or so, tall and dry and narrow, a long, clean-shaven face and iron-gray hair cut down close to the skull, and pale, washed-out blue eyes that did not blink at any ordinary interval. He worked a piece of gum slow against his back teeth. When Griggs faltered on a fact, it was Dunmore who supplied it, quietly, precisely, without ever once stepping on the warden's authority out loud. And Ruth watched that small exchange happen 4 or 5 times and understood that she was looking at the man who actually ran the machinery of that prison, and that the one with the title was not it. She asked the captain the hard questions because he was the one who had the answers, and he gave them to her cleanly. The sequence of the alarms. Which posts had been pulled, and on whose order, and why it had seemed right in the moment. The fire, the count, the hours it had taken to know anything. He did not fumble, he did not overreach. He did not volunteer a single word past the edge of what she'd asked, and he met her eyes the whole time with a calm that most men could not have held through a traffic stop, let alone the worst morning in the history of the place they ran. He was, Ruth thought, the single most competent person she had spoken to since she walked in the door. And something in her, some old instrument she trusted and could not always read, moved a needle and would not tell her why. There was nothing to it. She turned it over on the spot and found nothing she could hold. A steady man was steady. A good officer under the worst pressure of his life was a good officer under pressure, and God knew there was little enough of that to go around tonight. Nothing Roy Dunmore said was wrong, and nothing he did was strange, and there was not one thread anywhere on him she could pull. She filed the needle away, the way she had learned to file the things her gut handed her that her head could not yet use, and she moved on, because a feeling was not a fact, and she had 29 men in the dark to think about. "Walk me through who's still out," she said to Rel back at the board. He walked her through the dead and the caught first, because those were the easy ones, and because there is a certain grim comfort in the fools. 6 red XS. 2 men had been picked up before noon at a gas station 2 counties over, trying to buy cigarettes and a tank of gas with a fistful of prison commissary scrip, one of them still in his prison whites under a stolen windbreaker. One had made it perhaps 3 miles into the Netch's bottoms, got himself turned around in country that turns everyone around, and been found by a game warden at first light face down in a slough, drowned, with a cottonmouth bite already swelling his ankle black. One had walked 12 miles through the early morning hours with real discipline, and then gone straight to the one house on earth anybody would think to knock on, his mother, S., and was sitting at her kitchen table eating eggs when the deputies came up the drive. One had never made it past the wire at all. They'd found him at dawn hunkered chest-deep in the slurry pit of the prison's own hog barn, having apparently decided the smell would keep the dogs off, which it had, right up until it didn't. "That's the comedy," Rel said, without any humor in it. "Here's where it stops being funny." He put his finger on the 6th X. A hard-faced man, 40s. Made 40 miles. Killed a man in a filling station lot for the keys to his truck, put 2 more in the hospital at a roadblock outside Lufkin, and got himself shot dead by a DPS trooper who is going to take a while getting right with it. So that's the whole of it, Rangers. The stupid ones die stupid and quick, and the mean ones take somebody with them. 6 down. Which leaves the ones I actually called you here about. He moved his hand up to the second row of faces, and the room seemed to Ruth to get a degree colder, though it did not. 2 of them he stopped on together, side by side. Dale Prout and Wesley Coombs. Ran together inside, went out together, and they haven't surfaced anywhere they should have. No mother's kitchen, no girlfriend, no gas station, nothing. They're too smart for that. The first photo was a lean man of 38 with faded ink crawling out of his collar, a narrow, still face, and flat brown eyes that gave the camera absolutely nothing. armed robbery, Gus read off, and a clerk beaten to death in the course of one, and 9 years served of a stretch with more still on it, and not one disciplinary write-up in the last 4 of those years, which in a man like that did not read as reform. It read as a man who had learned to wait. The second was younger, 29, wiry, a white scar splitting one eyebrow and pale eyes that even in a booking photo looked like they were already measuring the exits. Coombs had the history of a man who hurt people, and had been hurting them since he was a boy, aggravated assaults stacked up like cordwood, and 1 manslaughter he'd pled down. Young, fast, mean, and running with a patient man. Ruth looked at the two of them a long moment and did not like the pairing at all, and could not have said why beyond the plain arithmetic of a cold head and a hot hand traveling the same road. God help anyone whose front door those two come through, Aaron said quietly. Those two, Gus agreed, and one more. He moved his hand to the end of the row and stopped it under the last photograph, and he left it there. Joseph Ripple, he said. And I saved him for last on purpose. The face on the wall was the oldest face in the room. A broad, flat, still face under cropped white hair, weathered brown, the neck and shoulders of a man who had done hard physical work his whole life, and pale gray eyes that looked back out of the booking photo with no more feeling in them than 2 stones. He looked, Ruth thought, like somebody's grandfather. He looked like a man you'd let carry your groceries. 68 years old, Rel said. Which is why every green deputy in this building keeps sliding right past his picture on the way to worrying about the young mean ones. Don't. This is the one that keeps me up. He said it flatly, reading it off nothing, because he plainly did not need to read it. Career criminal. Over 2 decades behind bars. Finally convicted on the ones that finally stuck and sent to the row. But what that doesn't tell you is that we like him for a number of others that we didn't have enough to prosecute him for. We did our best to try to get him to tell us anyway. We worked him as hard as we ever worked anyone. He didn't rage and he didn't spray. He went to work. He never said a word at trial, never said a word inside, near as anyone can tell has never once in his life said a word he didn't have a use for. A man kills for 40 years and gets old doing it, that's a born killer. He's our star escapee. Ruth stood in front of the photograph of the harmless-looking old man and felt the whole shape of the night close quietly around a single point. Because there was one more thing Gus had put on the board and had not yet connected, and Ruth connected it now, standing there, the way you feel a floor you thought was solid give a half-inch under your weight. Joseph Ripple had been on death row. A condemned man, kept behind the deepest security the state of Texas owned, and yet on a court order the night before the world came apart, he had been moved off the row and down into the medical wing. Coincidence or pure luck? She looked at the 4 failures in a line and then the old man who had walked out the back while everyone watched the front, and she looked at the oldest, stillest, most patient killer on the wall, and she did not say any of it out loud yet, because a feeling was not a fact, and she had learned the hard way to keep the two apart. But she stood there a moment longer than she needed to, in the loud, tired room full of people hunting fools in the dark, and she looked at the grandfather with the stone-gray eyes, and the cold thing in her chest that had moved its needle for Roy Dunmore moved again, harder, and this time she thought it might be pointing at the same place.
Chapter 4. By full light, the state roads were closed with roadblocks, and the county roads were thick with deputies, and the driver stayed off all of them. Joe Ripple watched him out the corners of his eyes and gradually came to respect his choices. He ran the back country instead, gravel section roads and pasture cuts and farm-to-market blacktop, the kind that did not go anywhere a stranger would think to watch. He kept both hands on the wheel and watched 3 things at once, the road, the mirror, and the tree lines, and he never got above the limit. He was near 40, thick through the neck, his head shaved to gray stubble, and a burn shining tight along one side of his jaw. He had not said a word since the prison, and he did not say one now. Ripple watched the country go by and had trouble believing it was letting him. He had been inside a long time, and the size of things had gone strange on him. A field was too wide. The sky sat too far up and too open, nothing on it but a hawk and higher, a slow turning wheel of buzzards, and no wire cutting across the top of it anywhere he looked. He put the window down 2 inches and let the morning come in against his face. Cut hay, diesel, dust off the gravel. Wet ground where somebody's irrigation had run in the night. None of it was the inside, the bleach and the steel and the massed sour smell of penned men, and he took it in a breath at a time and savored it. 23 years. That was how long the state had kept him behind a wall, and the world had gone on the whole while without him and left him a stranger in it. The cars had changed shape. Every soul he passed had a little glowing slab of a phone in one hand, a woman at a mailbox, a boy on a four-wheeler, a man up on a tractor with the thing propped on the fender. A billboard came and went, selling something he did not recognize with a word on it that meant nothing to him at all. He had gone into that place a man of his own time, and he was coming out of it into somebody else's. It did not trouble him. The long stint in prison had taught him patience and acceptance the hard way. He was in civilian clothes. The whites were balled up in a feed sack in the floorboard. He had on a soft gray work shirt, jeans, boots that fit close enough, and a seed cap pulled low, and there were drugstore reading glasses in the shirt pocket if he wanted the look of them. The driver had handed it all across back at the metal building, and every piece had been the right size, because somebody had taken the trouble to learn his size. They were thorough, whoever they were. The law was everywhere, and none of it looked at them. A DPS cruiser came up the far lane of a two-lane with its bar lit and blew past the other way, and neither man turned his head. A helicopter stood off over the river bottoms to the east and hung there, working a grid a piece at a time. Twice they came on hand-lettered signs set out at the shoulder, road closed ahead, and both times the driver turned off onto something smaller a mile before it. Once he topped a rise and there was a roadblock a half-mile down, 2 county units nose to nose across the blacktop, and a deputy walking a line of stopped cars with a clipboard and a slung shotgun. The driver did not slow and did not speed up. He took the next farm road on the right, an unmarked cut between 2 pastures, no hurry in it at all, and the roadblock slid off behind a stand of pines and was gone. Ripple watched him do it. He had known a lot of men who thought they were good at this work, and a few who truly were, and this one belonged to the few. They had to cross a state road once at a place where 2 of them met, and there was a DPS trooper parked in the median with his window down and his mirror full of the crossing. There was no going around it. The driver rolled up to the stop and eased across it slow, a farmer with nowhere in particular to be, and lifted one finger off the wheel at the trooper. The trooper lifted one back. Then they were across and into the trees and gone, and Ripple watched the trooper shrink in the side mirror until he was a speck, and then not even that. They had to stop for fuel short of the county line, and the driver picked the place. A filling station and store off a farm-to-market road, 1 other truck at the pumps, no county unit in the lot. He pulled up to the far pump with the building between the car and the road, shut off the engine, and tipped his head at the store. Go on, it meant. Be quick. Ripple went in. A bell rang over the door. The place was close and cool and smelled of scorched coffee and pine cleaner and the sweet chemical smell of the roller grill. A television sat on a bracket up in the corner behind the register, tuned to the news with the sound down. Ripple gave it no more than a glance, but he did not have to look long. The captions crawled along the bottom in yellow. Worst prison break in Texas history. Dozens of inmates still at large. Residents urged to lock doors and report anything unusual. A grid of small faces filled the screen, 20 of them, 30, and his own among them, and then his own came up alone, large, with a number under it. He went back past the drink coolers to the restroom, ran the water, took his time, and did not stand in front of the mirror longer than he had to. The face in it was an old man's face, brown and seamed under a seed cap, and there was nothing in it worth a second look. When he came out, a sheriff's deputy had come in and was standing at the counter. Young, heavy in the vest, a paper coffee cup in one hand and the other resting on the butt of his sidearm out of pure habit. He was telling the clerk they had the state roads shut in 3 counties and dogs working the bottoms, and that most of the ones who ran were dumb enough they'd be back inside or dead by dark. It was the ones that weren't dumb that bothered him, he said. The clerk said something and the deputy laughed and said that was the truth of it. Ripple gathered a coffee, a wrapped sandwich, and a sack of peanuts and carried them to the counter and stood in line behind the deputy, near enough to smell his aftershave and the gun oil off the rig on his hip. On the television over their heads, his own booking photograph sat there large the whole time, hard-lit and flat, a number under the chin, a younger and heavier and angrier man than the one standing in line beneath it. The deputy glanced up at the screen. Then he glanced back over his shoulder at whoever was behind him, a flat, incurious look that passed across the old man in the seed cap and went right on by. "Mornin'," the deputy said, and stepped aside to give him the counter. "Mornin'," Ripple said. It was the first word he had said out loud since the prison, and it came out of him easy and country and old. The clerk rang him up. Ripple paid cash, counted his change into his shirt pocket, and walked out past the deputy into the white morning. The bell rang behind him. He got in and set the coffee in the holder, and the driver pulled out unhurried and turned them away from the county line and the roadblock sitting on it. Neither of them said anything about it. A few miles on, a game warden's green truck fell in close behind and stayed there long enough for Ripple to read the man's face in the mirror, and then it turned off up a logging road, and the driver's hands never moved on the wheel. It was mid-morning when he turned off the last county road onto a gravel track, and the track ran back through a stand of live oaks to a metal building with its doors standing open. A second car sat inside it. Gray, mid-size, a few years old, nothing about it a man would keep in his head for 5 minutes. The driver pulled in beside it, shut off the engine, and they got out. He went to the back of the gray car, opened the trunk, and stood aside so Ripple could see. It was a good kit, and Ripple read it once, top to bottom, without touching a thing. 2 rifles broken down in a canvas roll, a scoped bolt gun and a black carbine, with cleaning gear rolled in beside them. A pump shotgun. 3 handguns boxed, and the right boxes of shells stacked beside each. A slab of gray blocks he knew on sight, and a tin of blasting caps set a careful foot away from it, and a coil of time fuse and a coil of wire. A folding shovel. Zip ties and duct tape. A first aid roll. Water and canned food for a week. A brick of banded cash in a freezer bag, more than he had held in his hand in his life. 2 license plates off 2 different states, rubber banded together. And a phone still sealed in its plastic. Whoever had put it together had known what they were doing. The driver reached into his coat and held out the keys. Ripple took them. The man looked at him a moment, then turned and walked out of the building and off down the gravel on foot. He did not look back. He did not say a word. Somewhere past the oaks an engine started and pulled away, and after that there was nothing but the tick of the cooling car and a mockingbird up in the light. Ripple was alone. He took the phone out of the trunk, stripped the plastic off it with his thumb, and stood in the open mouth of the building. He did not dial it right away. He stood there with the phone in his hand and let himself think about her. He had not let himself do much of that inside. It only opened up something he had no way to close in that place. She had come to the prison 15 years ago, a furious teenager, to hate him to his face. He had been inside 8 years by then and had long stopped expecting anyone. She was 17. She had no car and would not ask a living soul for a ride to a place like that, so she had taken a bus the best part of a day and walked the last 2 miles up the farm road to the gate in the July heat, and she had signed the book in a hard child's hand, and she had sat down across the steel table from him with her jaw set like her mother's, and told him she had come to say one thing and then get up and go and never lay eyes on him again. Then she said it. She said he had ruined her life. She said he had killed her mother as sure as if he'd done it with his own 2 hands, that the woman had died worn down and frightened on account of the life he had made them live, and that she hoped he sat in this place and rotted, and she hoped every day of it hurt. He did not argue with her. He sat and let her say all of it, every word she had ridden all that way to say, and when she was done and out of breath with her eyes wet and furious, he told her the only true thing he had. He said she was right. He said he was sorry. He said he did not expect her to come back, and that he was glad to have got to see the woman she was going to be, because she was going to be a strong one, and that was her mother in her, and none of it him. She came back. He never learned exactly why, and he never asked for fear of talking her out of it. She came the next month and the month after that, and somewhere in there the hate in her wore down to something else. Across that scarred steel table in 1-hour pieces, month on month and then year on year, she came to see the thing it had cost him a lifetime to learn to keep hidden, which was that Joe Ripple, who had done everything the papers said and worse things they never learned of, was in a small and private way a gentle man. He was quiet with her. He was patient. He listened more than he talked, and he never once asked her for anything. There had come a visit years into it, when she reached across the steel table and put her hand flat over his, quick, before the officer along the wall could tell her to keep her hands to herself, and she left it there a second and then took it back, and neither of them said one word about it. It was the first time in longer than Ripple could reckon that another human being had touched him with anything but a grievance in it. He carried the memory of that 15 seconds a long time. He carried it still. And slow over those years, to her own confusion first and then to something closer to grief, she came to understand him. She came to understand that a man born where he had been born, running with the men he'd had to run with, had been handed a short and ugly list of ways to keep the people he loved breathing, and that he had done every ugly thing on it and not looked away from a one, and that the reason her mother had lived as long as she had, and the reason she herself had lived at all, was that her father had been willing to be a worse man than the men who came for them. She never called it forgiveness. It was not that. It was only that she finally saw the whole of it. And having seen it, she stopped hating him, and after a while, though it cost her to own it even to herself, she came to love him, and she told him so on a Tuesday through a scratched pane of glass. Somewhere in the middle of all those years she married, and she had a little girl, and named her Sophie, and she brought word of it to him with her face lit in a way he had never once seen it. She had brought a photograph. The rules let her pass it across if the officer had a decent humor on him, and that day he did, and Ripple had carried that one photograph inside a paperback Western the best part of 5 years, until the corners of it went soft as cloth. A fat baby in a yellow dress, squinting up at whoever held the camera. That was all of her he had. He had asked once, careful, whether the girl might ever be brought to see him, and he had watched his daughter's face close over, and he had never asked it again because he understood it. You did not carry a baby into a place like that to meet a man like him. He would not have carried her in himself. but he had wanted to lay eyes on her more than he had let himself want anything in 23 years. He had never once heard her voice. And there was the other thing he had carried, the thing with no softness in it anywhere. For years now his daughter had come to that table with a careful face and made small excuses for marks she believed she had hidden, and had said the man's name, Wade, in a flat little voice that told him more than the word did, and had let him understand, a piece at a time, what Wade was and what Wade did when the drinking turned mean. And Joe Ripple had sat behind his wall in her hourly visits and been able to do not one thing about it. He had lain awake more nights than he would ever count with everything he was and everything he knew how to do coiled tight in him and nowhere on earth to send it, while 100 miles off a man put his hands on Joe Ripple's daughter and slept easy at night, because Joe Ripple was behind a wall and was going to die behind it. He was not behind a wall anymore. He dialed the number. It rang twice. A woman's voice came on, low and careful. "Hello." "It's me," Ripple said. The line went still. He heard the breath go out of her, heard the small broken sound she made, and then his name, barely there. "Daddy." "I'm here," he said. "I'm all right." "Oh my God. Oh my God, it's you, it's really you." The words came out on top of each other. "They've had your picture up all day. They're saying dozens of you got out. They're saying, are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you?" "Don't," he said, gentle. "Don't tell me where you are and don't say where I am. This phone isn't safe, sweetheart. Whatever you say on it, they hear it too." "Okay." "Then why would you even call?" It came out high and scared. "Daddy, if they trace it, if they're sitting there listening right now." "Let them listen. I've waited 23 years to talk to you without a glass wall between us. They can listen all they want. It doesn't change anything." He paused and took a deep breath, letting it out slow. "Sophie, I called because I wanted to hear the baby," he said. "I know it's late where you are. I don't need long. 5 years since you brought her into this world, and I have never heard that little girl's voice. I only want to hear it. Once." And that was where it came apart. The sound she made was not a word. It was raw and it kept going, and it frightened him worse than anything had in years, because she was not a woman who fell apart, and she was falling apart now. "Daddy, he took her," it broke out of her all at once. "He took Sophie. He's had her 3 days and I can't. He took my baby, Daddy, he took her." Everything in Ripple went quiet and cold and clear. "Tell me," he said. "Start at the beginning." Slow. It came out of her in pieces, and he took each one and set it where it went. She had full custody since the divorce, and a restraining order on top of it after the last time Wade put her in the ER, and none of it had stopped him. 3 days ago he had come over the back fence while she was at work, and the sitter had Sophie in the yard, and he snuck in over the fence and had the girl up and into his truck and down the alley before the sitter could get off the porch and holler. The police had come fast and been decent about it. They had run his plate and pushed the alerts to every phone in 3 states and gone to every address they had, and they had turned up nothing. "They can't find him," she said. "I keep calling and they keep telling me they're doing everything and they can't find him. He's been to prison too, Dad, assault, a gun charge. They think a lot worse they couldn't prove. He knows people. People who move stuff over the border, people who make somebody just disappear if you pay them enough. He's got cash, and there's a cousin with land way down south someplace, back in the trees, no address, nothing on any map, and he's got that truck, and he is just gone." "Which way?" Ripple said. "Last time anybody saw the truck, which way was it pointed?" She gave him a highway south and west of her, and then a town, and he half knew the town from a long time back. "What's he driving?" "A black crew cab," she said. "The make, the year, a dent low on the tailgate, and a toolbox across the bed." She rattled the plate off fast and flat, worn out from saying it to too many people who could not do anything with it. "Is he armed?" "He's always armed." "What's he want with her?" Ripple said. "He never wanted to be that girl's father. Not for one day. He didn't take her because he wants her." "What's he after?" "Me. He wants me back." Her breath was coming in pieces now. "He called the one time off a burner and he goes, 'If you'll just come home it can all be like it was, and if you won't,' and then he stopped." "He didn't finish it." "He didn't have to." Her voice climbed and cracked. "Dad, when he's been drinking and he gets like that, she's not a little kid to him, okay? She's a thing he can use to make me hurt. That's all she is to him right now. And if she cries too much, or she wets the bed, or she just looks at him wrong, she's got my face, Dad. She looks just exactly like me. I know him. I know what he does. I don't have long. I don't think I have any time at all." Ripple stood in the door of the building and looked out at the oaks and the light lying flat on the pasture beyond them, and he let the thing he had kept boxed up all those years come up in him at last, slow and cold, until it had somewhere to go. He kept his voice down. He had never once in his life raised it to her, and he did not now. "Listen to me," he said. "I'm going to find him. It doesn't matter where he ran or whose land he's sitting on. Running down a man who doesn't want to be found is the one thing I was ever good at, and I was better at it than anybody they'll ever send. I'm going to find him. I'm going to take Sophie back. And I'm going to bring her home to you, every bit of her whole." He let a moment pass. "And you know what happens to him after. I won't say it on this phone. But I want you to know it, and I want you to sleep tonight." She was crying and could not answer. He spoke again, and this time he put it to whoever else was on the line. "Anybody sitting on this call can spend their day worrying about me. I'm the smallest problem that got loose today. If they had any sense, they'd go pick Wade up before I do, for his own sake. They won't, and it wouldn't save him if they did. Daddy, 2 things," he said. "Go be around people and stay there. Don't sit alone in that house with the phone in your hands, waiting. It will eat you alive, and I need you standing when I bring her back. Can you do that?" "Yes," she whispered. And the other, his voice did not change, but something under it did, and she would hear it, because nobody left alive knew him better. "When I bring her home, I want to come in for a minute. I've never held her. 5 years I've loved that child off a little soft photograph, and I have never so much as had a chance to talk to her for a spell, not once. I'd like to, before whatever comes for me next. If you'll let me." "Yes," she said. "Yes, come in, come hold her, talk to her. I don't care about any of the rest of it, just bring her back to me, Daddy. Please, just bring her back." "I'm going now," he said. "I won't call again unless I have to. If some strange number rings you twice and quits, that's me, and it means she's safe and you can breathe." "Okay." "I love you," Ripple said, and he did not care who else was on the line to hear it. "I have every day of your life. Everything I ever did, I did it so there would be a you. I need you to hear me say it out loud the once, in case this is the last time we talk. Do you hear me?" "I hear you, Dad," she could barely get it out. "I've known it a long time." "Then that's enough," he said. Go find your people. I'll bring her home." He hung up before either of them could say the thing that would make it too hard to. He stood a moment in the quiet with the mockingbird going in the oaks. Then he powered the phone down, took the battery out of it with his thumbnail, and put both halves in his shirt pocket, flat against his chest. He would put it back together once at the end to ring her twice. Until then it was dead, and it would lead no one anywhere. Then he went to work, and the grandfather went out of his face while he did it. He took the handgun out of its box and loaded it and worked the slide and set it under his right thigh where his hand would fall on it without thinking. He loaded the carbine and laid it on the back seat under a folded blanket. He put a box of shells in the door pocket, the cash under the spare, the folding shovel in the trunk where he could reach it fast. He swapped one of the plates onto the gray car, the 2 screws backing out clean, and buried the old one in the soft ground behind the building. He drank half the coffee and ate the sandwich standing up, because he had a long day and a longer night in front of him. Then he got in and started the engine and drove back down the gravel track to the county road. A few miles on, the road forked at a leaning sign with half its paint gone. One arm pointed the way the note in his head had sent him, toward the town and the house and the woman named Ruth Baker and every soul under her roof, the thing he had given his word to do. The other arm pointed the way his daughter had given him, south and west, into the country where a black truck had last been seen carrying a 5-year-old girl in a yellow he could only imagine. Ripple turned the car toward his granddaughter and drove. Ruth Baker would have to wait.
Chapter 5. By the second morning, the number of men still loose had dropped from 25 to 19, and every one of the 6 they had taken back had cost more than it should have. Ruth and Aaron had spent the night and half the morning running down other people's certainties. A stolen truck that turned out to belong to a terrified 16-year-old. A man in a deer blind who was only a man in a deer blind. A dog alert on a culvert with nothing in it but a dead calf. They were northbound on 79 with 2 tepid gas station coffees going colder in the console when the call came across the task force channel. All units in the area, Wexford County requesting immediate assist, Lone Star Pawn and Gun, Highway 79 at the Delano cutoff. Report of a subject matching a Kessler escapee, armed. Units en route, be advised the caller reports more than one. Aaron was already braking for the turn. That's just 4 miles away. 3, Ruth said, and keyed her shoulder mic. Ranger 351 and 352 responding, 3 minutes out. Marshall, you copy that location. Gus came back thin and fast over the channel. Copy, and so does the whole task force. You are the closest thing on the map by a good margin. Rangers, do not go through that door alone. Hold the perimeter and wait for backup. Copy that, Ruth said. The Lone Star Pawn and Gun was a long cinderblock box with barred windows and a hand-painted sign, WE by Gold, GUNS, Tools, set back off the road behind a gravel lot. 2 Wexford County cruisers sat slewed across that lot at hard angles, doors open, and 2 deputies were down behind their engine blocks with pistols up over the hoods. A 3rd civilian truck sat abandoned at the propane cage. Every barred window of the store was dark. The glass of the front door had been spiderwebbed by a round from the inside, and behind it, in the dark, Ruth could see movement and the long shape of a rifle. 3 of them at least. She could tell that much even before the Range Rover had fully stopped. 3 men inside a store full of guns and cash, boxed into a building with 1 front door and barred windows, by 2 county deputies who did not have anywhere near enough firepower or numbers to handle this. It was the worst kind of scene there was, a robbery gone to ground, and it was 1 bad second from coming apart. Behind the cruisers, she told Aaron. We keep it frozen till the cavalry gets here. They came out low and moved up on the nearer cruiser, and called out softly to identify herself and Aaron. Then Ruth put her hand flat on the shoulder of the deputy crouched behind it, so he would know a friend had come up on him and not spin and shoot her. He was maybe 50, gray at the mustache, and his hands were steady on his weapon, and that was the good one. She could see it in a glance. The other one car over, was not. The other one was a kid. 23, 24, his vest riding up, his whole body wound so tight it was shaking, his eyes too wide and too white, the muzzle of his pistol jumping a quarter-inch every second over the hood of his car. He was staring at the dark doorway, and he was breathing like a man about to jump off something high. We wait for backup, Ruth called to both of them, low and even. We've got 20 more coming, and a helicopter behind them. Nobody has to do a thing but wait. You hear me? We wait them out. The gray-mustached deputy nodded, without taking his eyes off the door. Yes, ma'am. The kid did not seem to hear her at all. Inside the store, a voice yelled something, hard and hoarse, and a shape crossed the broken glass fast, and that was all it took. The kid fired. He fired into the doorway at a shadow, 3 fast rounds that punched through the cracked glass, and for a half-second the whole world held still around the sound, and then it stopped holding still. The dark inside the store lit up. Not one rifle. 2, maybe 3, on full and near full, and the storefront came apart. The cruiser Ruth was crouched behind rang like a struck bell as rounds walked across it, and glass and door frame and cinderblock chips filled the air, and she got herself and the gray-mustached deputy flat to the ground behind the engine block, because the engine block was the only thing that would stop a rifle round. The kid never got down. He took one high in the shoulder that spun him off his car and dropped him screaming into the gravel. His partner, the gray one, broke cover to grab a fistful of the kid's collar and drag him back, and he was upright and exposed for 1 second, and a burst caught him across the chest and put him down on top of the boy he'd been trying to save, and he did not move again. Ruth had her weapon up over the hood and her sights on the door, and no shot worth taking into that dark with a wounded man in the fire lane. And beside her Aaron was on the radio, his voice flat and fast, giving the task force officer down. Shots fired, get everything rolling. They came out the front in the middle of their own gunfire. 3 of them, moving in a tight knot, throwing rounds at the cruisers to keep every head down. Duffel bags. Long guns off the store's own racks, still with the price tags flagging from the trigger guards. They did not run for the abandoned truck. They ran for the dead deputy's cruiser with its door standing open and its engine still running, and they piled into it, and the one behind the wheel dumped half a magazine across Ruth's position as it slewed around. And then the cruiser was fishtailing out of the gravel and onto the highway with its light bar flaring on, running from the law in a car that was the law. Ruth was up before it reached the road. Aaron. I know, he was already moving. They left the 2 down deputies to the county units screaming in behind them, because there was nothing the 2 of them could do for a dead man and a wounded one that the 6 cars a minute out could not. And there was exactly one thing in the world they could do that no one else was in position to, which was to not let that cruiser reach open country. They were rolling before the doors were shut. 351, we are in pursuit, Ruth said into the mic, bracing against the door frame as Aaron put the Range Rover through the turn and onto 79 southbound. Stolen Wexford County unit, marked, lights active, 3 armed subjects, heavy weapons, southbound on 79 from the Delano cutoff. We have an officer down at the pawn, 1 more critical. Where's my task force? On your route and closing, Gus Rell said. DPS has a unit coming up 79 from the south to meet you and Spikes, going down at the Farm Road 12 overpass. Baker, those escapees have got nothing to lose now. Keep your distance and let the trap close." That was the right call, and it would have worked if the men in the cruiser had been the kind to drive into a trap and stop. They were not. Ahead of her, the stolen unit came up fast on a cattle truck, laboring in the right lane, and swung wide into the oncoming lane to pass it, straight into the grill of a northbound minivan. The minivan's driver did the only thing there was time to do and wrenched it into the ditch, and it went up on 2 wheels along the grass and came down hard and sat there rocking, steam blowing out of it. And Ruth's chest seized until she saw the driver's door come open and a woman climb out of it on her own legs. Alive. Shaken to nothing, but alive. The cruiser never slowed. It found the open lane again and ran. "Accident, northbound minivan in the ditch at the 90-mile marker," Ruth called. "Driver S up and walking. Roll an ambulance. We're still on them." For 4 miles, the stolen cruiser led them down a 2-lane that had never been built for the speed they were putting on it, past mailboxes and hay barns and a school zone sign flashing at nothing. And twice the man in the passenger seat leaned out and threw a burst back at them. And Aaron saw each one coming and swerved the Range Rover to avoid the rounds. Ruth had given up trying for a shot. At this speed, on this road, with the cruiser weaving, anything she sent could go through the back glass of a farmer's truck a half-mile on. "Spikes are 2 miles up," Gus said on the radio. "Farm Road 12. Back off and give them room." Aaron looked at the cruiser, and at the long, open run of road, and Ruth felt something come off him that she had felt 100 times in 15 years, the small, hard decision he made when the careful way was about to get somebody killed. "They'll never make the Spikes," he said. "They'll go off the road at the overpass doing 90 and take whoever's under it with them." He glanced at her, one flick of his eyes off the road. "I'm going to put you alongside. You'll get 1 pass. You ready?" "Do it," Ruth said. She did not tell him it was too dangerous, because it was too dangerous, and they both knew it, and it was still the least dangerous thing left on the table. She dropped her window. She got her seat belt behind her shoulder and her body braced into the door and her weapon out into the wind, and Aaron pinned the accelerator and brought the big truck up out of the cruiser's blind spot on the left, engine screaming, the 2 vehicles a yard apart at 90 miles an hour on a county road. The passenger swung his rifle across to meet her, and Ruth shot first. She put 4 rounds through the cruiser's open passenger window into the driver's box. Deliberate and flat. Riding the bounce. And she saw the driver jerk and the wheel go with him. And the stolen cruiser swung hard right across the front of the Range Rover close enough that Aaron stood on the brakes to keep off it. And it went off the road at the crown of a low hill and into the bar ditch and rolled. Once. Twice. And came to rest on its roof in a pasture with its light bar still flashing up at the sky and one wheel spinning. Aaron got them stopped 40 yards past it on the shoulder in a slide of gravel and dust. Ruth was out before the truck rocked back level. 2 men came out of the wreck. The driver did not. One crawled out the shattered rear window dragging a rifle, and the other kicked his way out the passenger door and came up onto a knee with a pistol. And they started shooting the second they saw her, wild, rattled, upside down for the last 10 seconds shooting, rounds going high and wide over the pasture. Ruth went straight at them. She heard Aaron behind her. Heard him yell her name. One hard cracked syllable with his entire heart in it. And she did not stop, and she did not take cover. Because there was no cover between her and them, but 40 yards of grass. and because she had already read the two of them and knew what Aaron in that second could not. That the man with the rifle had a broken arm hanging useless and was firing one-handed. And that the man with the pistol was concussed blind and shooting at where the noise had been a second ago. She walked in on them across the open pasture at a steady pace with her weapon up in both hands, and she picked her feet up over the rough ground so she would not stumble. And when she was close enough that she could not miss and they still had not touched her, she fired. She put two into the man with the rifle, and he sat down in the grass and stayed there. She put one into the shoulder of the man with the pistol, because he was already going down on his own and she did not need to kill him, and the pistol dropped out of his hand, and then it was over, and the pasture was very quiet except for the tick of the wrecked engine and, somewhere far back up the road, the first sirens. Aaron reached her at a dead run. He put his own body between her and the two men on the ground, and he rounded on her, and his face was gray, and he was more frightened than she had seen him in a long time, and it came out of him as anger, the way it always did. "What was that?" he said. "Ruth. What in God's name was that? You walked up on two armed men across an open field." "They were done," she said. She was already moving past him. One had a broke arm. The other one couldn't see. They were never going to hit me. You could not have known that for sure. I knew it well enough. She crouched and kicked the rifle and the pistol out of reach into the grass, well away from the two men, the live one groaning and clutching his shoulder, the other one done. Then she went to work on them, because that was the part that mattered now. She turned the dead one's face up to the light with two fingers under his jaw and looked at him. She had thought, alongside the cruiser, when she'd put 4 rounds into a white-haired head behind the wheel, that she might have just ended the whole thing. The man who had climbed out and died in the grass with a rifle was the driver, thrown clear, and he was old, 60 and better and grizzled, and his hair had gone prematurely white, and for 1 second up close she thought she had him. Then she took a closer look, made sure by pulling out her phone and checking the picture, showing it to Aaron too, who shook his head as well. He was not Ripple. He was some other hard old man who had spent some other life getting to a pawn store with a stolen rifle in his hands, a stranger's face gone slack, and she felt the small, cold drop of it. She checked the other two the same way, the wounded man and the one still pinned in the wreck. Younger. Neither one Ripple. Neither one, the lean, quiet man named Prout, or the wiry one named Coombs, whose faces she had memorized off the board in Brindle. 3 of the 25. 3 men off the count, and 2 good deputies down for them, and it was a good clean shoot, but she felt disappointed. She had wanted the deadliest ones, and that was why she had taken the reckless risk. She didn't say that aloud to Aaron. It would have just made him angrier. She was still crouched over them when the task force caught up, a DPS cruiser and then 2 more, and then, a few minutes behind, a black federal SUV that came up the shoulder and stopped, and Gus Rell, the marshal running the task force, got out of it and took in the pasture, the wreck on its roof. The 2 men down, the guns lying in the grass a safe distance off, and the ranger crouched among it, all checking pulses. He was not a man who looked impressed easily. He looked impressed now. "I had you 2 flagged to hold a perimeter and wait for numbers," Rell said. "The inmates didn't cooperate, Gus," Ruth said and stood. He walked the ground once, slow, and she watched him put the whole thing together off the marks in the grass, the Range Rover on the shoulder, the cruiser in the pasture, the 40 yards of open ground between where she'd started and where the 2 men had gone down. He stopped on that last part and looked at it a while. "You walked it," he said. Not quite a question. "I did." Aaron said from a few feet off, still tight with it. She did, and it was a damn fool thing to do, and I'd take it kindly if her supervisor put that in a file somewhere. Gus looked at Aaron, and then he looked back at the field, and then a slow, dry grin worked up one side of his face. "Tate," he said, "no offense to you or the Rangers, but your partner is wasted chasing around Austin." He nodded at the pasture, at the whole finished thing. "I have watched a lot of people do this work for a lot of years. I have not found many who do it like that. The marshals hunt fugitives for a living, Baker, and we are always short of people who can do the hunting and the finishing both. Baker, you ever get tired of wearing that star, you come see me. We'd sign a shooter like you tomorrow morning and count ourselves lucky." There was something in the way he said it, warm and easy and just past professional, that Ruth felt land, and she smiled at him, a real one, because it had been a long 2 days and it was a decent thing to hear. Beside her, Erin's jaw set, and she watched her husband decide he did not care for Gus Rell, or for the offer, or for the tone the offer came wrapped in. "I'll think about it, Gus," Ruth said.
Chapter 6. They gave Ripple a driver, a car, and a trunk packed with everything a man could want. They gave Prut and Coombs a cell phone and a boot in the ass. The two of them had gone out the torn fence in the dark, with the whole unit coming down behind them, and nothing on them but their prison whites, and the burner Dunmore's people had slid into the block a week before the break. No car, no cash, no gun, no jug of water. The old man got carried out of that place like a sack of feed and never lifted a hand, and the two men sent to sweep up behind him got a phone and a wave goodbye. That was the difference between the man who had been given the primary target and the cleaners sent in his wake. Prut had chewed on that difference the whole first night, laid up in a cedar brake with his back against a deadfall and the fire ants finding him one at a time, and he had decided it did not much matter, because a dead man didn't care how nice a car he'd rode in. They had done all right for themselves. Prut would give them that. 9 years he'd known Coombs, cell to cell and then cell together, and the boy was about as much use as a screen door on a submarine 90% of the time, but the other 10% he was exactly the kind of animal you wanted next to you, and the first day out had called for the animal. 2 farmhouses and a hunting camp before noon. They had eaten cold beans out of a can with their fingers, drunk from a stock tank, come up on an old Buick with the keys in the visor behind a double-wide where nobody was home, and put 50 miles of gravel between them and the smoke before the first helicopter ever crossed the sky over them. Prut did the thinking and Coombs did the rest, and it worked mostly, so long as Prut kept a hand on the boy's collar. The phone was the whole reason they were worth a damn to anybody. Dunmore's people had loaded it before they ever handed it over. 1 app, 1 number, nothing else. The app showed a map in a little red dot that crawled along the roads of East Texas hour by hour, and the dot was the tracker somebody had stuck up under the frame of Ripple's car before the old man ever laid eyes on it. Ripple didn't know it was there. Ripple thought he was a ghost. Prut looked at that little red dot 40 times a day, and it never failed to please him, the ghost that didn't know he'd been tagged like a deer. That first morning the dot sat about 6 miles out ahead of them, easing south on the farm roads, and Prut pointed the Buick after it and told Coombs to shut up and let him drive. They lost the Buick to an empty tank a little after noon on the second day, coasting the last quarter mile down a grade to a stop in front of a place that turned out to be exactly the kind of luck Prut had quit believing in. It was a feed store. One of those tin-roof cinder-block outfits that sat by themselves out on a farm-to-market road 20 miles from anywhere. Feed, seed, farm supply hand-lettered up over the door and a Coca-Cola thermometer nailed by it, a gravel lot, a propane cage, and around the side a stock truck with wood slat coops stacked in the bed and chickens muttering in them in the heat. No other cars. 1 power line running in. The nearest neighbor was a water tower a mile off that didn't count. Well, hell, Coombs said, grinning that split-eyebrow grin. Sandy Claus. Inside it was cool and dim and smelled of sweet feed and dust and mouse poison, sacks stacked to the rafters, a glass case of pocket knives up by the register, and behind the register a young fellow doing sums in a ledger who looked up with the whole friendly nothing of a man who had never once in his life had a bad thing happen to him in his own store. He got a hard education in about 4 seconds. Coombs came over that counter like water going downhill and had the boy by the hair and face down on the glass before he'd got a word out, and Prout walked around slow and easy and looked at the till and then at the door to the back, because there is always a door to the back, and through it he could hear a woman's voice going, "Honey. Honey, who's that come in?" She came out wiping her hands on a dish towel, and she stopped dead when she saw her husband bent over his own counter with a wild-eyed convict twisting his hair, and she did not scream, which Prout noted and gave her a mark for. She was young, younger than the husband, and Prout, who had been in a cage 9 years and was still a man in the parts that stayed a man the longest, looked at her the once, the way you look at a cold beer through a window, and took the whole of her in at a glance. The dark hair come loose out of its tie, the sunburned V at her throat, the way a cotton dress hangs on a young woman built the way God builds them when he's showing off. And he felt the pull of it low and mean in his belly, same as Coombs was surely filing it. And then he put it away where he put things, because they were on the clock, and a hard-on had never once helped a man make a schedule. "Here's how this goes," Prout told the room easy, and it went pretty much how he told it. They cleaned the till, 400 and some in soft bills, and a roll of quarters. The husband, when Coombs leaned on him, gave up the rest without much fuss, the cash box under the counter, and better, the guns. A pump 12 behind the register, loaded. A deer rifle and a scope .243 out of a cabinet in the office, and 2 boxes of shells for each. A big old hogleg revolver the boy kept in a drawer, which told Prout the kid wasn't quite the lamb he looked. Prout took the pocket knives out of the case too, a whole handful of good case knives and a fixed blade skinner, and off a peg on the wall a little hatchet, a hand axe with a leather sheath balanced nice, the kind a man could throw if a man had the practice, and Prout had had 9 years' worth of practice at things that passed the time. He hung the axe off his belt. He had Coombs zip-tie the husband to the leg of the workbench in the back, wrists and ankles, and stuff a shop rag in his mouth and tape it. And then Prout took the man's boots and his good straw hat off the peg and his barn coat, because 2 convicts in state whites got looked at and 2 feed store men did not. That was when Coombs quit being useful. Prout saw it come over him. The boy had the young wife backed into the corner by the seed bins, and he had that look, the one that had got him 3 more years the last time, and would have got him the needle if the girl in Nacogdoches had died, and he put one hand flat on the wall over her shoulder and leaned in and said something low that made her go the color of ash. "Ways," Prout said. "We got time." Coombs didn't turn around. "Old man asks what few miles up the road. We got all kinds of time." And here was the truth Prout would not have said out loud to a soul, which was that some low part of him wanted to say all right, wanted it bad, was tired and mean and 9 years empty, and looking at the prettiest thing he'd seen since before he went inside. But the part of Prout that had done 9 years and kept his head, while dumber men lost theirs, did the sum the way it always did, cold, and the sum said Ripple was a ghost with a 4-hour light and getting longer, and the sum said a man on a schedule did not stop to do the one thing guaranteed to make a quiet robbery into the kind of story that got a statewide manhunt pointed at 2 feed store men in a chicken truck. "You do it fast and you do it quiet," Prout said, which was not permission and not a no, and was the closest he was willing to come to either. "And you do not mark her up, and you do not let that boy watch, and if you make me wait on you I will leave you here for the dogs." "You hear me?" Coombs heard the part he wanted to hear. He always did. Prout did not stay for it. He had seen enough of Coombs in 9 years to last him, and he had a truck to see about, so he took the guns and the axe and the man's hat and went out the back into the white afternoon, and behind him he heard the boy start in on the girl, heard him tell her to take the dress off, and Prout shut the door on it and did not think about it, because thinking about it was not on the schedule either. The stock truck was an old Ford 3/4 ton, faded to the color of a dirt road, and the chickens set up a fuss when he came around to it. 8-10 coops of them, brown hens mostly, a rooster somewhere going off. Prout stood and looked at them a minute and weighed it. The smart play was pitch them out in the lot and take the truck clean. But a truck full of chickens on a back road in that country was about the most natural thing there was. Nobody looked at it twice, whereas an empty stock truck with 2 hard men in it might draw attention, and attention was the one thing they could not risk attracting. He decided the birds could ride. They earned their keep just by sitting there stinking and clucking and making the whole rig look like it belonged. He climbed up in the cab. The seat was busted and taped and the keys hung in it, and it started on the second turn and settled into a rough idle that told him the plugs were about done. He looked at the gauge. Needle sat a hair under a third. They'd have to gas up before dark, and gassing up meant a station, and a station meant cameras and a clerk, which was why the hat and the coat and the chickens mattered. He let it idle and looked at the little red dot on the phone on the seat beside him, easing along, patient, getting farther away by the minute. He hit the horn with the heel of his hand. One long blast that scattered a fresh racket out of the coops. He waited. Nothing came out of the store but the chickens settling. He hit it again, longer. Nothing. The third time he laid the heel of his hand on it and left it there, standing on the horn, one long unbroken ball of it rolling out over the empty country while the hens screamed and the rooster answered, and he kept his hand down and his eyes on the store door until the door banged open and Coombs came out across the gravel, yanking his zipper up and cussing a blue streak. He hauled the passenger door open and dropped in and slammed it. The hell is your hurry, man? God almighty. You couldn't give a fella 10 minutes. Prout looked at him. You touch her. Coombs grinned and held up both palms, wide, like a man showing he wasn't holding cards. Not so much as laid a finger on her. Cross my heart, the grin went wet and private. But oh boy. Took matters in my own hands, and I did get me a good long gander at that fine young buck naked. Shut it. Prout put the truck in gear and rolled it out of the lot onto the blacktop, the coops rattling behind them. He did not know if he believed the boy and did not much care, so long as there was no body cooling in that store to move the county from robbery to something with dogs and a helicopter on it. He would take it on faith this once, because faith was cheaper than turning around. Coombs twisted around and looked through the back glass at the chickens. We keep in them for supper. For cover, Prout settled the straw hat down on his head and put his elbow out the window, a feed store man on his rounds. Makes us look like we belong. 2 old codgers hauling chickens. Anybody asks, you're Silas and I'm Warren. Coombs snorted. Silas, he tried it in his mouth like a bad tooth. The hell kind of name is Silas, but he shrugged and slid down in the seat and put his knees up on the dash. Sure. Whatever. Silas. Prout handed him the phone. Watch the dot. Tell me where he turns. The dot was 17 miles ahead and holding, easing on down through the pines, and they fell in behind it the way you detrail a man through the woods, never closing, never losing him, letting the tracker do the tracking while the country rolled by, cattle guards and hay meadows and little white churches and Baptist and more Baptist, and the chickens quit their fussing and rode along, and for a few hours it was about as easy as anything Prout had done in his life. They gassed up at dusk at a 2-pump store out on a state road. And Prout made Coombs stay in the truck with the hat pulled down, because Coombs could not keep a civil face on him for love nor money. And Prout went in himself in the dead man's, the feed man's, barn coat and paid cash out of the feed man's own money for a full tank and 2 rubbery sandwiches off a roller and 2 coffees. And said thank you kindly to a girl who never once looked up from her phone. And got back in the truck and they drove on. They traded off through the night, one driving and one sleeping across the busted seat, and the dot kept crawling south and then, sometime in the small hours, quit crawling south. Prout was driving when he noticed it and did not like it, and by the gray of the next morning he liked it a good deal less, and he woke Coombs up with a backhand to the shoulder to show him. "Look at this here." Coombs came up out of sleep ugly, the way he always did, wiping his mouth. "Look at what?" Prout held the phone out where the boy could see it and put his thumb down on the screen. "That's where the old man's supposed to end up. Where they're sending him. Right there, that town." He dragged his thumb the other way, along the crawling track of the little red dot. "And that's the way he's been going since about midnight." "You say it." Coombs squinted at it, uninterested. "Okay. What about it?" "He's swinging wide. Way wide off east of where the job is, and every hour he's getting wider, not closer." Prout tapped the 2 points, the town and the dot, the gap between them. "A man headed for that town don't drive this way. This ain't the country roads to that town. This is the country roads to someplace else." "So," Coombs yawned and scratched himself. "Maybe he's ducking the roadblocks. Maybe he likes the sunnery. He's old man, they wander." He put his head back against the glass. "He's still out front of us, ain't he? Still on the leash." "He's on the leash," Prout said and let it go, because there was no talking to Coombs about anything you couldn't hold in your hand. "But it sat with him." It sat with him all that day while they trailed the dot east and the country changed under them, and it was still sitting with him by the second gray morning, heavier now, because a man could duck roadblocks for an hour, but a man did not duck roadblocks 140 miles in the wrong direction. Ripple wasn't wandering. Ripple wasn't confused. Ripple was going somewhere of his own that nobody had put on any list, and a man like that did not do a thing like that by accident. Prout had done 9 years learning to trust the itch at the back of his neck, and the itch was going now. He pulled the truck off onto the shoulder in the fog with Coombs snoring against the door, and he took the phone and thumbed over to the one number in it, the only number, no name on it, and he called it. It rang 4 times and went to a recording. Not even a voice. Just the 3 flat tones and the robot woman telling him the party was not available and to leave his message at the tone. Prout sat there a second feeling the fool, a grown man in a chicken truck talking to a machine, and then he did it anyway, low, watching Coombs sleep. "Yeah, it's you know who it is. Listen, your old man. He ain't going where you sent him. He's been running east 2 days now, way off the line, and he's got someplace in his head that ain't the place. I don't know where. But he ain't headed for the job. Thought somebody ought to know." He paused, feeling stupider by the word. "That's all. We're still back of him." He hung up. Then they waited, pulled off in the fog, the chickens shifting in the coops, Coombs snoring, and Prout watched the dot on the phone ease on ahead of them and did not follow it yet, and he waited to hear back. Because Prout knew what the job under the job was. Dunmore had never once said the words, but you didn't do 9 years and come up ignorant of how these things went. The old man was going to be let do his killing, and then the old man was going to have an accident, and the 2 men trailing him in a chicken truck were the accident, and Prout had been half hoping, ever since he'd made Ripple for a runner, that word would come back, cut the leash. "Catch him. Do him now out here on some empty road and go do the job yourselves, the whole fat job, the one with the real money in it, and be the men who finished it instead of the help sent to tidy up. He would have liked that fine. The phone buzzed in his hand about 20 minutes later. Not a call. A text off the same no-name number, 4 words and no more. Follow him. Report every 4 hours. Brute read it twice. Then he set the phone on the dash and looked out at the fog burning off the pines and let the little sour drop of it go through him, the disappointment, and then let it pass, because you did not argue with the number, and you sure as hell did not argue with the man behind the number. Dunmore had a long reach and a longer memory and people over him that Prout had never seen and did not want to, and a smart man in Prout's shoes did exactly what 4 words told him to do, and not one thing more. Follow him. So they'd follow him. He reached over and shook Coombs by the knee until the boy snorted awake, cussing. Your turn, Prout said, and got out to trade sides, the fog cold on his face, the chickens waking up and starting in again behind him, the little red dot on the dash crawling on ahead toward wherever in God's creation the old man thought he was going. Chapter 7. Warden Colton Griggs had been talking for 11 minutes, and Dunmore had not said one word, and that suited Dunmore, because everything he needed to know about the state of Colton Griggs was written in the man's hands. They would not be still. They squared the blotter, then unsquared it. They turned the wedding ring. They stacked the marshal's subpoena and the equipment failure log and the incident report into a neat pile, and then knocked the pile apart again, reaching for his coffee, which had gone cold an hour ago and which he drank anyway in little bird-like sips. Dunmore stood at the window with his back half to the room and worked a piece of nicotine gum against his molars and watched a work detail move sandbags along the gutted east wall in the heat and let the warden talk. They've been through the maintenance logs twice, Roy. Twice. That Marshal Rell, the one running it, he doesn't say anything, he just looks at you. He's got these eyes, and he asked me straight out why a camera on B corridor went down for maintenance the same morning, and I said what you told me to say. I said electrical. I said it's in the log, but he wrote something down, Roy. He wrote something down. Griggs pressed the back of his wrist to his mouth. They're going to pull the phone records. They pull the phone records and they start matching times, and I can't. I have a daughter, Roy. I have 31 years in. I cannot go down for this. Then don't, Dunmore said mildly to the window. That's easy for you to say. Your name's not on any of it. You made sure of that. A little heat came into him, the way it did in weak men right before they folded all the way. I've been thinking maybe the smart play, before it all comes apart, is I go to Rell myself. Get out ahead of it. I don't use your name. I would never use your name. I just sit down with the marshals and I tell them there was pressure, that I was made to sign things, that I'm as much a victim here as, and I give them what I know, and I make a deal, and at least I walk out of it with a... Colton. Dunmore did not raise his voice. He turned from the window and he came across the office unhurried, and he set both hands flat on the edge of the warden's desk and leaned down into the little cluttered kingdom of the man, and the temperature of the room dropped by 10 degrees. I want you to listen to me now, Dunmore said, quiet and even and pleasant, because I am only going to lay this out for you the one time, and then we are never going to discuss it again. Griggs had gone very still. There is a file, Dunmore said. You know the file. You have known about the file for 6 years, since the first night you let me help you make a certain problem go away, a problem with a girl who was 14 years old, Colton, and then a second problem and a third because you were too weak to make yourself stop, because it's a disease that makes you do it, like a drug. He said it the way another man would read a weather report. I have the photographs. I have the hotel records. I have the young lady from Conroe who is now 20 and would testify, and the one from Lufkin who would not have to, because of what we did about her, which is its own file. All of it backed up in places you will never find, and it is set to open like a flower to the rangers, the marshals, the board, and your wife's sister the day anything unfortunate happens to me, or the day I simply decide I am tired of you." He straightened up and took the gum out of his mouth and stuck it in the middle of the warden's spotless blotter, right in the middle of it, and left it there. The warden's eyes went straight to it, staring at the glistening spit-slick piece of chewed gum as if hypnotized. "You will not go to Rel," Dunmore said. "You will not make a deal. You will sit in that chair and you will sign what I put in front of you, and you will say electrical, and you will hold this prison together with your soft hands and your 31 years, because you understand, better than any man alive, exactly what happens to child molesters behind bars. And if that molester happens to be a former prison warden, well, you've seen the end result of what they do to men like you in a place like this. I don't need to spell it out," Dunmore let it sit. "They would not put you in the general population, Colton. They would try not to. But this is Texas, and there are not enough cells, and one morning there would be a mistake on a transfer sheet, and it would only take the once." The warden's face had gone the color of the cold coffee. He did not say anything. There was nothing in him to say it with. "Good," Dunmore said gently, as if to a child who has finally stopped crying. "We understand each other." And it was precisely then, in the soft, ringing quiet after, that the phone in his breast pocket buzzed once against his chest. He left the warden where he sat. In the corridor outside, the two officers posted at the admin doors found somewhere else to point their eyes the instant he came through, which was wise of them, and Dunmore walked a little way down the buffed concrete out of earshot and took out the phone. It was a burner, one of dozens he bought from different stores in different counties. He had a drawer full of them. A voicemail from the burner he had given Prout and Coombs. He put it to his ear. Prout's flat, careful voice talking about Ripple. The old man wasn't going where he'd been sent, running wide 2 days now. Dunmore frowned. He thumbed over to the app and looked at the 2 lines that mattered, the pale route he had laid in himself the night of the break, the clean line from Kessler to the Baker house, and the red thread of where Ripple was actually going, and the 2 of them had come apart like a seam a full day ago and were still coming apart, the red thread wandering off wide and stubborn and certain. That was no switchback or workaround, it was a deviation from the plan. And Dunmore didn't like deviations or the deviants who didn't follow his carefully laid plans. He pressed the small icon in the corner to activate the AI and let the bot chew on Ripple's track and his speed and his fuel stops and the roads he favored, and after a moment it drew him a soft blue cone of probability across the map, a fan of likely destinations narrowing as it ran, and where it narrowed tightest, out at the point of it, sat a nothing little town called Whitlock. Dunmore looked at Whitlock for a while. He put the phone away and stood in the cool of the corridor and thought about Ruth Baker. He had been thinking about Ruth Baker in one drawer of his mind or another for the better part of a year. She had come at him twice now without ever once knowing he existed, which was its own particular insult. The first time was Buckhorn, a small, ugly business, well in hand. A detective who was getting too close for comfort had been dealt with, and the loose ends being gathered up neat, using a book club group of women who saw the boogeyman everywhere they looked and thought they were ridding the world of an abusive man. It was beautifully done and masterfully pulled off by his #1 protege, Mara, who had done him proud. She had stuck a frame over that picture that any other investigator would have been happy to accept as the truth. And then a ranger with a woman's small shoe print and too much patience had come within a hair's breadth of ripping off the fake picture and seeing the darker truth that lay beneath it, that the detective had been gotten rid of because he was getting too close to finding out who was behind the series of brutal torture killings of several young women. And if she had kept pulling on that particular string, a whole nightmare ball of interconnected strands would have unraveled and Dunmore's entire power grid would have been shut down. Luckily for him, Mara had kept her head and managed to tie up all the loose ends, the man-hating book club women who had killed the detective, just before Ranger Ruth Baker had been able to learn the truth. They had gotten clear of it. Barely. The second time it had cost him Mara. Shadow Creek. He still did not let himself go all the way into Shadow Creek. The girl Jeremy Cobb had known as M, that the town had never known at all, that the papers had spelled a dozen ways before they finally had a body to pin a true name to Mara Holt. Mara Catherine Holt, named Catherine for the mother out near Stephenville, who had naively believed her girl was finishing a psychology degree in Austin instead of assisting Dunmore in his work. A bright, devout, lonely thing who had the Book of Proverbs by heart before her time's tables, and whom Dunmore had found at 19 and quietly taken charge of, groomed patiently, and turned into someone far deadlier than a killer capable of mass murder. He had made her into a force that created mass murderers. Svengali grooming a younger Svengali. She was his masterwork. And Ruth Baker had taken her from him during the Shadow Creek case. He still grieved for Mara. She had been the best he ever made. Better than his earlier attempts with other protégés. They had all been apt pupils. She was the aptest of all. Better, if he was honest, than Dunmore himself had been at that age. She could walk into a person's life and become the very thing that person was starved for, and then, gently, patiently, over months, turn the person in the direction she wanted him or her to go, and after that, it was like operating a bot by remote control. A murder bot. He had watched her take a soft, loved, harmless boy and build a killer inside his skin without once raising her voice, and he had felt something akin to a father's pride and thought he was watching the start of a legend. 30 years on, they would have told stories about Mara Holt that nobody would quite believe. But then Ruth Baker had gone poking around, and Mara was dead, and the legend would never be told, and the woman responsible had put it down in a case file and driven home to her supper. Baker hadn't even fired the fatal shot. That was almost the worst of it. She had simply been thorough, and being thorough had killed the finest protégé Roy Dunmore had ever mentored, and for that reason, he could not let her live. Ruth Baker had to die. And before she died, she had to suffer, watch her most loved ones suffer in agony and die before her eyes, while she watched helplessly. And once they were all dead and she was broken and crushed, it would be her turn. It would be slow, it would be horrific, and it would feel like it lasted forever. And then, when she couldn't endure anymore, she would be put down like an animal. That was what Joe Ripple had been told to do. But now the old fool was wandering off wide towards some place named Whitlock. Dunmore didn't care why. The why didn't matter. All that mattered was that Ripple had been the instrument of his revenge on Ranger Ruth Baker, and Ripple wasn't doing his job. Dunmore had had time to cool down now, and the cold, unshakable core of him was centered again. He took out another burner, a cheap clamshell phone, and dialed the number of Ripple's burner. It rang a long time. Long enough that Dunmore had begun planning what he would do about a man who did not answer, when the line opened and there was road noise and then nothing, the sound of a man holding a phone to his ear and declining to speak first. "You want to tell me," Dunmore said, "what the hell you think you're doing?" Taking care of business. Ripple's voice was unhurried and did not care for him at all. "Like hell you are. You were seen 100 miles off your line, headed the wrong way and getting wronger." Dunmore kept the tracker out of it. A man who thought he was a ghost behaved differently than a man who knew he was being tracked, and Dunmore didn't want Ripple to know any more than was necessary. "You should have been at that house yesterday. It should already be done." "Got something personal to see to first," Ripple said. "Won't take long." Minute it's done, I'll come do your thing. You'll get your money's worth. That is not the deal we made. Dunmore's voice stayed level, but something had come up under it now that even he couldn't control. There's no time for your personal detours. There's the address I gave you and the family I want dealt with. You turn that car around right now and you point it where I sent you. You know me, Ripple said, and there was almost a warmth in it, which was worse than anything. I'm a stand-up fella. I take a job, the job gets done. Your job'll get done. It's just gonna run a day or two longer than you had marked on your calendar. A day or two is not. Dunmore heard his own voice come up off its leash, sharp and loud in the concrete corridor, and down the way one of the door officers flinched and looked hard at a wall, and Dunmore did not care, which told him how far Ripple had gotten under him. A day or two is not good enough. I need that car turned around, and I need it turned around now. Do you hear? The line went dead. Ripple had hung up somewhere in the middle of it without a word, the way a man hangs up on a telemarketer. Dunmore stood holding a dead phone and was, for a moment, as angry as he permitted himself ever to be, which from the outside looked like a man standing perfectly still. The clean thing to do was end Ripple. Dunmore had two cold killers riding that same red thread only a few tens of miles back, and one call would turn them loose, and by nightfall Joe Ripple would be a shape under a tarp in a bar ditch, and the problem would be simply gone. He thought about it the way he thought about everything, all the way to the end of it, and then he set it down. Because killing Ripple got him a dead old man, and no dead Baker family. Prude and Coombs were reliable inside their limits, and their limit was that they were hammers, and everything Dunmore had learned about Ruth Baker in a year of study told him that Baker was not a nail. Baker had walked, by three separate reliable accounts, across open ground into the guns of armed men and come out the far side of it wiping her hands. A hammer would break itself on a woman like that. What a woman like that needed was a wily, patient, unkillable old coyote who had been doing this longer than she had been alive, which was exactly what Joe Ripple was. Dunmore was not ready to cut him out of the plan. Not yet. So, if he could not drive Ripple to Baker, he would draw Baker to Ripple. It was, he thought, actually the better version. Cleaner. Let the ranger and the killer find each other out on some empty county road far from any help, the one hunting a name off a task force board and the other carrying a trunk full of ordnance and no reason left to be careful, and let nature take the course nature took, and Dunmore would be 140 miles away signing maintenance logs when it happened, with clean hands and zero culpability. And once Ripple did what he always did and put down Ruth Baker and her partner and husband range Aaron Tate, Ripple could head to the Baker house and finish off the rest of the brood. Not perfect. Not the prolonged suffering and horror that he had planned for Ruth Baker, but the end would be the same. He imagined Ripple standing over Ruth Baker's dying body and telling her what he was going to do next to her children, before he put the final blade into her and ripped out her life. Dunmore smiled. Down the corridor, the younger of the two door officers happened to be glancing Dunmore's way as the smile crossed his face, and the boy went the color of paper and turned front and swallowed, and Dunmore saw his lips begin to move, small and fast, and he knew the young guard, Jonah was his name, was saying the Lord's Prayer. He knew this just as he knew that a sizable percentage of the prison guard population genuinely believed that Dunmore was the devil incarnate, a man more deadly and evil than any of the hundreds of other killers incarcerated here. Our Father who art in heaven, the boy had probably seen the captain smile like that before, and had learned that when that happened, it always meant someone downwind was about to have the worst day of a short life. Dunmore took out his own phone, the real one, the clean one, and scrolled to a number he had entered into it 2 days ago in the command tent in Brindle, and he pressed it, and he composed his own face and voice into the shape of a helpful, worried, decent public servant before the first ring finished. Ranger Aaron Tate. Ranger Tate, this is Captain Roy Dunmore, out at the Kessler unit. We met at the briefing, you and your partner. Warm. Tired. A man doing his part. Captain Dunmore. What can I do for you? Tate's voice replied. I've come into some information I thought you should have right away. I didn't want it going through channels and thought I'd call you directly, as your partner suggested when we met. Sure, go ahead, Tate said, sounding more interested now. One of my inmates, fella who celled next to Joe Ripple the better part of a year, got to talking this morning. Ripple used to run his mouth to him about country he knew, where he'd go to ground if he ever got out. And it lines up with a couple of things we're seeing on our end. He let that hang modest. Point is, I've got reason to believe Ripple's working his way toward a little town called Whitlock, or the country right around it. And he's likely in a gray mid-size sedan, few years old, nothing you'd look at twice, plates are probably cold. Whitlock. Captain, that's hang on, Tate said, and there was the small muffled sound of another conversation. Dunmore had good ears and Dunmore was listening for exactly this, and through the muffle he heard the second voice, a woman's, flat and quick and certain. That's only 19 miles from us. Let's go. Tate came back on. Captain, this is a real help, thank you. We're closest to that, we're rolling on it now, we'll run it down. You be careful with him, Dunmore said, gravely, kindly. Don't let his age fool you. Man like that's got nothing left to lose. Understood. Thank you, Captain. Dunmore hung up and stood a while in the cool corridor with the phone warm in his hand, and let himself, for just a few moments, enjoy the knowledge that he had solved a problem and put a plan back into action that had seemed about to unravel. Then he put his face back into its natural, unsmiling hard shape and went to see about the sandbags. Chapter 8. Joe Ripple's daughter had given him a name, a truck, a plate, and a direction, and it was not enough. It was enough to run down some ordinary fool. Wade was not a fool. Wade had done his own stretch and come out of it knowing what Ripple knew, how to swap a plate in a Walmart lot, how to lie to your own blood, how to drop off the edge of the map into the part of the country the law only ever saw through a windshield doing 60. The police would run that plate and find it cold. They would knock on Wade's mother's door and get a slammed screen. Ripple needed a different kind of door, and he only knew one person left in the world who kept that kind of door, and he had spent the better part of 23 years making sure he never had to knock on it. He pulled over at a crossroads store and stood at a payphone that was a miracle to find still hanging there and called information, and it took the operator a while, because he did not have a town, only a name, and he wasn't sure if even the name was still the same. She could have gotten married, she could have left the state, there were any number of possibilities. He was about to hang up when the operator came back. She had a business listing for a Fay Widmark. He felt a lurch of hope in his weary heart. He wrote the number on his palm with a golf pencil chained to the shelf and stood there a minute looking at it before he dialed. Thinking, failing, remembering, trying not to let it all overwhelm him. She answered on the fourth ring, and her voice was older and rougher, but it was still hers, and it went into him like a splinter working back out. It's Joe, he said. Then foolishly added, Joe Ripple. There was a silence so long he thought the line had dropped. Then she said, very quiet, well, they've had you on every channel since yesterday morning, so I can't say I'm surprised. I just didn't figure you'd call me, a breath. You in trouble, Joe, or are you the trouble? Little of both. I need to see you. I wouldn't ask if there was another way. She was quiet again. He could hear her deciding, and he knew what it was going to cost her either way, and he waited and let her pay it. "You remember the road out to the lake," she said. "I'm the pawn shop just past the second light. Come to the back." He had loved this woman once, all the way down, in the years when he still had a life a woman could be part of. Faye had come to see him the whole first stretch inside, every visiting day, 4 hours each way on a bus, sitting across a steel table with her hands folded so he would not see them shake, telling him about her week like they were a normal couple with a normal Sunday. She had still been in love with him. That was the trouble. He had watched her spend her best years driving to a prison, and he had known where that road ended for a woman, and one visiting day in the 5th year he had told her to stop coming. She had not stopped. So he had taken her name off his list and told the officer he would not see her, and let her sit out there in the waiting room a whole day with her hair done before they turned her away, because that was the only cruelty big enough to work. He had done it so she would go and marry some decent, boring man and raise babies in a house with a yard. She had not done that either. He had heard over the years, the way you hear things inside, that she'd married somebody and that it had come apart inside a year, and that she'd been on her own ever since. He had let himself imagine the other version so many times, the husband, the kids, the yard, that it had come as a genuine grief to learn she'd ended up alone. He had wanted better for her than himself, and she had gone and stayed the kind of woman who kept a door open for a man like him anyway. The pawn shop was a low brick building with barred windows and a good clean sign, gold jewelry, LOANS, and inside it was cool and bright and better kept than any pawn he'd been in, the cases wiped down, the guitars up on the wall in a neat row, everything squared away. A woman stood behind the counter and watched him come in, and she was worth watching back. Young, built hard and low to the ground, dark, with ink running up both arms and down both legs out of her shorts, and climbing the side of her neck and touched here and there across her face, a teardrop, a small cross, a word he couldn't read at the corner of one eye. She looked at Ripple the way a good dog looks at a stranger, and he knew that she had a loaded shotgun under that counter and could get to it faster than any idiot stupid enough to try to stick her up. "I'll help you," she said. It was not a question, and it was not friendly. "Faye's expecting me." Something moved behind the woman's eyes, a fast recalculation, because she knew the face off the television same as everybody, and Ripple watched her decide that whatever her boss was into was her boss's business. She tipped her head at a door in the back. "Valencia," she said, which he understood to mean that was her name, and he should remember it. "She's back there. Don't touch nothing on the way." Faye sat behind a desk in a back room that told the truth, the front room dressed up. A wall of good locks. A jeweler's scale and a loupe and a torch. 3 laptops. A gun safe the size of a refrigerator. She was 50-some now, silver in the dark hair, heavier, handsome the way a woman gets handsome when she quits apologizing for her face, and when she looked up at him, 23 years fell down between them, and neither one of them stepped over it right away. "You look old, Joe," she said. "I am old. Sit down before you fall down. You want coffee? Don't say no. It's the one nice thing I've got, and I like to show it off." She got up and worked a machine on the side table that looked like it belonged on a spaceship. All chrome and dials. And it hissed and ground and poured out something that smelled better than anything Ripple had put in his mouth in 2 decades. Into a little cup thin as an eggshell. And she set it in front of him and sat back down and folded her hands the same way she used to fold them across the steel table. "All right. You're the most wanted man in Texas, and you're sitting in my back room. Tell me how much help you need to get gone and tell me true, because I can't do it halfway." "I don't need help getting gone." That stopped her. "Say again." "I'm not running, Faye. I'm out to do a thing and then I'm done. He turned the little cup a quarter turn on its saucer and did not drink yet. I can't tell you what the thing is and you don't want it in your head. So don't ask me. She looked at him a long moment and he watched her want to ask and decide not to and file it, the way she filed everything in that room built for filing things. Then what are you doing in my chair? So he told her the part he could tell. He told her about his daughter, that he had a daughter, which was news to her and landed hard, and that his daughter had a little girl, and that the little girl's father was a mean drunk ex-con named Wade who had taken the child 3 days ago and gone to ground, and that the police could not find him and Ripple had to. He told it flat, the way you tell a thing you can't afford to feel while you're telling it. So this a swipe, she said, then breathed. Excuse me for calling your son-in-law a swipe, but that's what he is, plain and simple. This a swipe beat up your daughter a bunch of times, put her in the emergency room on occasion, and when she tried to leave him and start fresh, he went and kidnapped your granddaughter and is now on the run with her. A scared little 5-year-old with an abusive man like that. He said that was pretty much the size of it. And what do you need from me? He said he'd been hoping she still knew people. That she might give him a place to start looking for them. Faye had already picked up her phone. I can do a site better than a place to start, she said. Drink your coffee. This'll take a few. He drank his coffee. It was as good as it smelled, and he was ashamed of how much pleasure it gave him, sitting in that chair while his granddaughter was out there in a truck, and he made himself feel the shame and drink it anyway, because a man had to eat and sleep and drink his coffee, or he was no use to the child at the end of the road. Faye worked. She made 4 calls and took 2, low and easy, never a name said twice, a woman moving through a world she owned. He watched her do it, and it was a fine thing to watch. The way watching anybody do a hard thing well is a fine thing. When she set the phone down, she was almost smiling. Your boy Wade is not a smart criminal, she said. 3 days ago, somebody answering his description tried to move a mess of hot merchandise down in the South End, tools and a couple guns and a woman's jewelry, all of it clearly out of a smash and grab, none of it clean, and got laughed out of 3 back rooms. Nobody'll touch it. It's too hot, it's too easy to trace, and on top of that, everybody who's ever dealt with the man says he's got a mouth on him and a temper and stiffs people, so the word's out to leave him be. She spread her hands. He's sitting on a pile of stuff he can't turn into money, and he needs money, because he's on the run with a kid to feed and no way to work. Ripple sat with that a moment and felt the shape of a plan settle into place, cold and clean. Then he needs a buyer, he said. He needs a buyer bad. Set it up. You know, somebody who buys quiet, cash on the barrelhead, no questions, don't care how hot. An out-of-town man. Reach out to Wade and offer top dollar for the whole lot, sight unseen, and set a meet. He looked at her. I'll be the buyer. She held his eyes. And when he shows up to sell you a truckload of stolen tools, you'll talk to him. That's the size of it. Faye picked the phone back up. I'll make the first call. He'll want to hear a voice he can check out, so it comes from a name he'll respect. Then I put you through and you close it yourself. She dialed and put it on the speaker and set it on the desk between them, and it rang. A man answered on the second ring with a hard, wary, "Yeah, who's this?" And Ripple knew the voice before the woman on Faye's end of it ever said a word, knew it the way you know a snake in the grass by the way the grass moves. Wade. He made himself sit still. Faye's contact talked smooth and bored, a buyer's buyer with more money than patience, and Wade's voice went from wary to greedy in about 30 seconds, and it was working. It was all working, and then in the background of Wade's end, small and clear and close to the phone, came a voice that stopped Ripple's heart in his chest. Daddy. Daddy, is that Mommy? Is it Mommy on the phone? a little girl's voice, high and hopeful and frayed thin with 3 days of fear. "Please, I want to talk to Mommy. Please, Daddy." "Shut up," Wade's voice came off the phone hard and away from it, thrown over his shoulder at the child. "I said shut your mouth. It ain't your mama don't want you, you hear me? Your mama's a lying whore that run off and left us, and if you say her name to me one more time, I swear to God, and then more. Worse. A low, ugly run of it." And the little girl going quiet the way a child goes quiet, when quiet is the only safe thing left. And Ripple discovered that he had set the eggshell cup down, and his hand had closed around nothing at all. Closed into a fist on the desk top. The knuckles standing up white and bloodless. The whole arm shaking with the effort of not tearing the phone apart. Faye's eyes were on his fist. Just his fist. He looked at it too like it belonged to somebody else, and he opened it, finger by finger, and laid the hand flat on the desk and breathed and did not shatter anything, because a shattered thing made noise and noise ended the call, and the call was the only line he had to that child. He sat there flat-handed and let Wade finish being what Wade was, and let the deal get made over the top of it, a time and a place tomorrow, cash, and then Faye's contact rang off and the room was very quiet. "Joe," Faye said. "I'm all right." "You are not even a little bit all right," she said, gently. "But I've got where and when, and it's a good spot for you, out of the way. I'll write it down." She wrote it down. He put the paper in his shirt pocket with the dead battery and the dead phone, and he stood up and thanked her, and it was in the standing up and the thanking that the other thing came into the room, the thing that had been waiting the whole time under the coffee and the phone calls, and Faye stood up too and came around the desk and did not want to let him go. "What happens after?" she said. "After you do your job." She put the little bend in the word, the 2 fingers she didn't raise, but he heard anyway. "Where do you go then?" "I don't know." She looked at him, reading him the way she'd always read him, better than anybody. "You mean to give yourself up? Soon as it's done. Walk into a sheriff's office and put your hands out and go back inside." He shrugged. "Where I belong." "No," it came out fierce. "No, Joe. You're a good man. You do not belong in there." "I did some terrible things, Faye." "Sure you did." She didn't flinch from it, which was one more reason he'd loved her. "Always to bad people, though. Every last one of them had it coming, and then some. And listen to me, shit happens, Joe. Good people do bad things to get through the night. Bad people do a good thing now and again too, and surprise everybody. It ain't white hats and black hats. It never was. That's a thing they tell children so they'll sleep." "Well," he said, "I guess I come out all gray." "Everybody worth a damn comes out gray," her voice cracked on it. "But if you walk in there, they are going to strap you to a table and kill you. You know that. They've been trying to for years, and you'd be handing it to them." "For what?" He didn't answer that one. There wasn't an answer that would help her. Her eyes filled and she stopped it, hard, the way he'd taught her without ever meaning to, all those years across the glass. "Then stay," she said. "At least stay. Here with me. I'm not the girl on the bus anymore, Joe. I've got money now and I've got people, and I know how to make a man disappear who wants to stay disappeared. I could keep you safe. I could keep you right here where nobody'd ever." He stopped her the only way there was, with a hand on the side of her face and his mouth on hers, and it was 23 years old and it was a day old, both at once, and it was the last one and they both knew it. "Best I can do," he said when he pulled back, "is call you when it's done. So you'll know. That's the whole promise I've got in me, Faye. Take it or don't. I'll take it, she whispered. Damn you. I'll take it. I have to go now, and he went before the part of him that wanted to stay could get its feet under it, out through the bright front room, and Valencia looked up from the counter and passed him to the back where her boss was standing in the doorway with her face wet, and the young hard woman's eyes came back to Ripple flat and cold and blaming, and he gave her a small nod on his way past and did not blame her for the look one bit. Yeah, he thought, pushing out through the door into the heat. That's me. Scourge of the earth. 68 years old, and I still can't walk through a room without leaving somebody crying in it. He got in the gray car and started it and pulled out onto the road toward the meet, driving hard now, the little cup of good coffee still warm in his belly and his granddaughter's voice still going in his ears. Please, I want to talk to Mommy. And about a mile out, where nobody could see him do it, Joe Ripple dragged the back of his forearm once across his eyes and drove on.
Chapter 9. Ruth had the Range Rover up to 80 on a straight two-lane that ran between two dark walls of loblolly pine, and she held it there, both hands low on the wheel, her eyes going road to mirror to tree line and back the way they had gone for 2 days now. Her forearms had gone brown in the 2 days of it, a pale band at her wrist where her watch sat, and there was a fine line dug in between her brows that did not come out anymore even when she wasn't thinking about anything. She was thinking about plenty. The pines gave out all at once, the way they did in that country, and the land opened up on both sides. Cut hayfields gone gold to the fence lines, big round bales throwing long morning shadows, black cattle standing in the shade of a lone live oak with a stock tank flat and silver behind them. A leaning gray barn slid by with half its tin roof peeled back, and a rusted-out tractor sunk to its axles in the weeds beside it. Then the pines closed back in, and the road ran on dark and straight, and the heat came up off the blacktop ahead of them and shimmered like water that wasn't there. Aaron rode in the passenger seat, big and settled, his knees up close to the dash, 3 days of gray coming in on the stubble along his jaw. He had the radio mic off the dash and resting against his leg, the coiled cord looping down between them, and when the county line came up on a green sign pocked with buckshot, he thumbed the key and put the tip up the channel. Command, Ranger 352. We've got a tip on Ripple. It came out of Kessler. Captain Dunmore, the security captain, called it to us direct about 10 minutes ago. He likes Ripple for the town of Whitlock, or the roads around it, in a gray four-door sedan, few years old, plates probably cold. Wanted to pass it up before we run it down. The radio hissed and popped, the way it did this far out from any tower, and then Gus Rell came on it himself, unhurried, close to his own mic. Copy, Tate. Problem is, I've already got a strong one pulling the other way. We've got a good sighting of Ripple heading into the Fairview Mall, 80 miles north of you. High confidence on it. That's 4,000 people in there on a Saturday, and a killer with nothing left to lose walking at the doors. I have to put everybody on that, and I have to do it now. I can't spare anyone for Whitlock. They came up on a little town that was mostly a name on a water tower and a blinking yellow light. A white clapboard Baptist church with a gravel lot. A Dollar General with 2 trucks parked out front. A feed store with sacks stacked on a loading dock, and an old man in a lawn chair in the shade of the awning, who lifted 2 fingers off the arm of it as they blew past. Ruth lifted 2 fingers back off the wheel without thinking about it, and then the town was gone behind them, and it was hayfields again. She thumbed the mic clipped at her collar, so she wouldn't have to take a hand off the wheel. Morning, Gus. You shouldn't spare anyone, she said. That's where the people are. Put the whole task force on the mall. She let a mile marker go by. Aaron and I are just about sitting on the Whitlock tip anyway. We'll run it down ourselves. If it turns out to be real, we'll hang back, call the county for backup, and sit on him till you can send somebody. It costs you nobody. 2 of you on a Ripple sighting is thin. Beats pulling 2 guns off a mall full of people for a maybe. A silence on the channel, and under it the wind and the tires. Ruth passed a hay truck laboring up out of a low place with a boy sitting up top of the load, and the boy watched them go by with his mouth open, and she watched the road. "All right. It's your call," Rel said. "Keep the local channel warm. And if it turns out to be him for real, you do not go near the man without backup on the ground. You hold and you wait for backup. You hearing me, Bakers?" "Hearing you." "Good luck to you both, then." The channel clicked and let them go. Aaron hung the mic back on the dash and came up with his cell phone off his knee in the same motion, and he pulled up the county dispatch and put it to his ear. While it rang, he looked out his window at a field where a man on a green tractor was turning hay in a slow, drifting cloud of chaff and blackbirds, all of it gold and unhurried in the sun, a world that had never once heard of Joe Ripple. A young woman answered, a radio going somewhere behind her. "County Dispatch. This is Ranger Aaron Tate, DPS. We have intel that you may have an escaped inmate from Kessler in your county right now. Joe Ripple. White male, 68, gray hair, and he is as dangerous as anybody your deputies will ever get close to. You'll find his file in the prison break packet that went out 3 days ago. He's in a gray 4-door sedan, few years old, plates probably stolen and cold. We think he's working toward Whitlock. I need you to put that out to every unit you've got on patrol right now, and then I need you to call me on this number. Not the open channel, this number. The second one of them lays eyes on that car, or on anything at all that looks wrong. Can you do that for me?" "Yes, sir. I'll have it out countywide inside of 2 minutes." "Thank you." He set the phone face up on his thigh and turned his head and looked at her. She felt him do it before she saw it. When she glanced over, he had his eyes on her, brown and level and tired a little at the corners, the way they got at the back end of a long chase, and there was a question sitting in them. "You sure about this?" he said. "Because we could spend the next hour running some ranchers back gravel, while the real Joe ripples up at Fairview picking out a spot to stand." Ruth kept her eyes on the road and let a grin get loose at one corner of her mouth. Off to the right, 3 pump jacks nodded in a field of dead sunflowers, slow and steady, dipping and rising like they had all the time in the world. "Look at it from where I'm sitting," she said. "Say Gus is right and Ripple's at that mall. He's got 4 agencies rolling in, a SWAT team, 100 cops tripping over each other in the food court. What are the odds the 2 of us are the ones who get hands on him in that mess? None. And the marshals get first crack at their own runaway, so they make the collar no matter who spots him. We'd have driven 80 miles to go stand in a parking lot." She lifted her chin at the empty country ahead. "Out here, if the captain's tip is good, it's just us. We get the whole thing. Solo credit." "You mean dual credit?" "I thought we were one team." He laughed, low, the one that came up out of his chest when she'd caught him fair, and he looked back out the window and shook his head. "Solo credit it is." She drove. He let her drive, and he watched the country roll by, kudzu swallowing a fence line and a dead Ford hole, a hand-painted sign for boiled peanuts, a Sonic sitting empty at the edge of another nothing town with its stall lights on in the daylight. Then he watched her again, and this time he didn't say anything for a good while, until whatever was working behind her face got to be more than he could sit next to. "There it is," he said. "You've gone somewhere on me. What are you turning over?" "Dunmore." What about hymns? Why us? Her jaw had set now, a small hard line at the corner of it that she didn't know she made, and he had learned to watch for. He's a prison captain. A man goes over the wall, the captain works it with the marshals. That's the whole chain, that's who he answers to and who he calls. So he comes up with a live tip on Joe Ripple, and he doesn't hand it to the task force, and he doesn't hand it to Gus, who's running this entire manhunt out of a command post 40 minutes from his own front gate. He digs up your personal cell number, and he calls you. Out of every badge working this thing, he calls the two of us. Why? Aaron turned his hand over on the dash, palm up. He told me we were closest. Said we were right there in the area. And how did he know that? She heard it leave her mouth, and she waved it off with one hand before he could open his. No bad questions strike it. He knew because he's got the task force channel piped straight into his office. Every warden and captain inside 50 miles is monitoring that net. I know that, she shook her head once short. It's just. I don't know. Forget it. It's probably nothing. Yeah, Aaron said, and reached over and laid his hand on the back of her neck for a second, warm and heavy, and took it away. Don't overthink it. It's a tip. Either it's good or it isn't, and we'll know by supper time. The man did his job. Now we go do ours. Don't turn a phone call into a whole Agatha Christie. Okay, Sherlock. The land had started to change while they talked, and Ruth felt it under the tires before she saw it, the road tipping down out of the high, dry farm country into lower ground, the pines crowding back and thicker and mixed now with hardwood, the ditches deepening and going green, a slow brown creek passing under a one-lane iron bridge that rattled them across. River bottom country. Aaron's phone rang against his leg. He had it up and answered before the second ring finished. Tate, he listened, and his eyes came up and found her. Say that again, slower. Hang on, you're on speaker for my partner. He held the phone up between them, and the young dispatcher's voice came into the cab over the wind and the tires. We got a hit on your description, Ranger. A deputy took a call from a lady who runs the Peach stand this side of Nadine. That's the little town about 12 miles up the road you're on. She says a gray four-door came through maybe 15 minutes back. Older white man driving, gray hair, she put him close to 70. And here's what made her pick up the phone. He turned off south, onto Farm Road 214, out toward the bottoms, and she said that struck her wrong. A man not from around here who wants to get anywhere goes north, the 4 lanes 2 miles that way. She said he had a lost look on him, like a tourist, and tourists don't take 214. She said there's nothing down 214 but river. Aaron's face had gone quiet and sharp, all the ease drained out of it. That's good, ma'am. That's the best thing anybody's told me all day. Anything else comes in, you call me. Anything at all. Yes, sir. He thumbed off, and Ruth was already leaning on the pedal, her foot going down, the Range Rover gathering under her and surging past 90, and the fence posts along the shoulder quit being posts and turned into one long gray blur. 15 minutes lead. On roads like these, at a speed like this, she could eat that up inside of 20 and be on the old man's bumper. She felt her whole self pull in and go cold and quiet and useful, her hands loose on the wheel, her breathing slow, her eyes taking the road a quarter mile at a time. The task force channel came back to life, the radio operator's voice now, flat and bored. 351, patch from command. Possible sighting on 2 fugitives identified off the package, Prout and Coombs, or 2 males resembling. Spotted at a drive-through burger stand off the state road. Drive-through clerk flagged them about 10 minutes ago, says they ordered and pulled out southbound. The clerk was not certain, however. She put her confidence at 40%. Ruth frowned at the dashboard. 40%. That's an oddly specific number. That it is, ma'am. The clerk advised she was 70% sure of Coombs, who was driving, and 10% sure of the passenger, who she took for Prout, on account of he had a ball cap pulled down and she barely saw his face. So she added the 70 and the 10, and she divided by 200, and she got 40%. The channel went quiet a second while the whole county did that math in its head. That's kinky, but makes sense, I guess, Ruth said. Yes, ma'am, it does in an East Texas kind of way, the operator said, passing it along as I received it. Aaron looked at Ruth. Ruth looked at Aaron, one flick of the eyes off the road and back. Aaron raised both eyebrows. Ruth shrugged. Aaron shrugged. Copy, Ruth said. We'll watch for them. Thanks. Aaron bent forward over his phone with his elbows on his knees, his big shoulders hunched, and he dropped a pin where the burger stand was and pulled its heading out into a long straight line. And then he found where the peach stand lady had put the gray sedan and pulled that one out too. He sat looking at the little screen for a moment with the corners of his mouth turning down, and then he angled it toward her. Look at this when you can. She stole knee second off the road. Two lines drawn out long across the county, running nearly side by side and bending in toward each other, and where they finally crossed sat one small dot with one small name printed beside it. Whitlock. What's in Whitlock? Ruth said. Is there a fugitive convention going on that somebody forgot to send us the invite to? Aaron kept his eyes on the screen, and the frown got down into the rest of his face. That's the part that's nagging me. It's too clean to be luck. If those two boys were running with the old man, they'd be in his car, or right on his bumper close enough to spit on him. They would not be 17 miles back at a drive-through window buying burgers and fries. They're a whole county apart in two different vehicles, and they are both pointed at the same little nothing town. He set the phone face down on his thigh. 3 men come off the same wall on the same morning, and by pure blind luck all 3 of them decide they want to be in Whitlock, Texas, this same afternoon. I don't buy it. And neither do you. She didn't, and she had nothing solid to lay under the not buying, and the cold that had settled into her chest dropped down another degree and sat there. There was something going on here, and she didn't know what it was, and the not knowing bothered her. Aaron's phone rang a 3rd time, the county again, and he had it up and on speaker in one move. Tate. We've got him for real this time, Ranger. The dispatcher's voice had come up off the bottom a little quicker now. Constable's unit out of Nadine just laid eyes on your gray car with his own 2 eyes, white-headed older man at the wheel. Matches everything you gave me. But he's changed his mind about Whitlock, or he's feeling the need for feed. He came off 214 and pulled in at the wagon wheel. That's a truck stop roadhouse out on County Road 9, diesel pumps, a cafe, chicken fried steak and a jukebox, and a gravel lot the size of a ball field. Constable's got the car in his sights from the shoulder. What do you want him to do? Aaron's answer came flat and immediate, with no soft edge left anywhere in it. Not one thing. You tell your constable to sit exactly where he is, keep his distance, keep his eyes on that man, and do not go near him. Say it back to him twice. Do not approach that man or that vehicle for any reason at all. That is Joe Ripple. He will kill your constable before the man's boots hit the gravel and never lose a minute of sleep over it. Rangers are 7 minutes out, and we make the approach ourselves. Your man holds, he watches, he backs us once we're on the ground, Nobody so much as breathes on Ripple but us. You clear on that? Clear, Ranger. Hold and observe, no approach, back up on your arrival. I'm passing it right now. The line went dead. Aaron set the phone down and looked over at her, and Ruth had begun to smile, small and grim, with no joy in it at all, the way she smiled when something she'd been chasing across 2 counties finally stopped moving long enough to be caught. Finally, she said, "We're getting somewhere." She put her foot flat to the floor. The Range Rover dug in and threw them both back into their seats, and the bottoms came up thick and green and closed the sky down to a strip over the road. And she drove hard for the wagon wheel with the white sun flashing through the trees and her husband beside her. Quiet now, thumbing the cylinder of his sidearm open and checking the load and snapping it shut.
Chapter 10. He got to the wagon wheel a few minutes early, and Wade was not there. Ripple pulled the gray car into the gravel lot and sat for a minute with the engine off and looked the place. A long, low building with a tin roof and diesel pumps out front, and a row of big rigs parked nose out along the far fence, engines idling, drivers asleep in their cabs. A cafe on one end and a bar on the other, and a screen door between. Half a dozen cars and pickups scattered across the lot, none of them a black crew cab, none of them holding a man waiting on anybody. He went inside. The cafe was near empty, a trucker eating chicken fried steak alone at the counter, and 2 old men in gimme caps drinking coffee in a booth and not talking. The air was cold and smelled of fryer grease and cigarettes from back before they made you go outside for it. A jukebox against the wall was playing something old and sad and low. A waitress with a coffee pot looked up at him, and he gave her the small nod of a man who was only passing through, and she went back to her pot. He used the restroom, and while he stood there, he caught himself in the mirror over the sink and studied the stranger in it. Long gray hair, longer than it had been in any photograph they had of him, because in every photograph they had of him, he'd worn it clipped down close to the skull. The face shaved clean. The seed cap and the reading glasses. He did not look much like the old convict on the television. He looked like somebody's grandfather stopping for coffee, which was the whole idea, and he was grateful to whoever had thought of the glasses. He came out and there was a bar on the other end, and behind it a young fellow drying glasses, and a hand-lettered sign that said "Happy Hour, well drinks $1." Ripple stopped and looked at it. 23 years. 23 years since he had had a drink, because they did not serve it where he had been, and there had been a lot of years in there when he would have given a finger off his hand for one. And now here it was, $1 an arm's length away, cold, and after the last hours, after Faye, after the little girl's voice coming down that phone line, he wanted it so bad his mouth watered. The bartender saw him looking. "Get you something. $1 well till 6. Ripple stood there and let himself want it for a second longer. Then he thought about the child who was somewhere out there in the back of a truck or a motel room right now, and about the men who were hunting him and would not stop, and about how little time he had and how much could go wrong in it. A man could not do what he had left to do with whiskey in him. "No, thanks," he said. "Just passing through," and he walked out. There was a new car in the lot now, parked off by itself down toward the dumpsters, a dark late-model sedan, not the crew cab, but a man on the run swaps what he drives. A man was getting out of it, and Ripple knew him before he was all the way up, knew him the way you know a snake, by the wary, jittery way he moved. Wade. They had never laid eyes on each other in their lives, yet Ripple knew this man was his son-in-law. The thought of this man laying hands on his daughter filled him with a rage that back in the big house would have meant death to anyone crossing him, but out here, in the world at large, with the smell of coffee and pancakes still in his nostrils, he held back the anger, burying it deep inside where it would have to wait for a better opportunity. This was not the place or the time. He reminded himself of the scared little 5-year-old he had heard on the phone, and that quelled his anger. Ripple walked across the gravel toward him, unhurried, and as he came, he let his eyes go over the car without seeming to. Nobody in the front. Nobody in the back that he could see. He came close enough to hear the engine ticking as it cooled, and he listened hard, past the diesel and the jukebox leaking through the wall, for any small sound out of the trunk. There was none. If she was in there, she'd be crying or kicking, and there was nothing. He told himself she wasn't in there. He made himself believe it because he had to. Wade was maybe 35, lean and strung out looking, the days of hard road on him, his eyes going everywhere at once. He had a windbreaker on in the heat, zipped halfway, and Ripple saw the shape of the pistol pushed down in his waistband under it plain as day. You the buyer, Wade said. I'm the buyer. Around back, Ripple tipped his head toward the dumpsters at the corner of the lot, where a man could stand out of sight of the road. Like she told you. They walked around behind the 2 dumpsters. Wade had a black duffel and he unzipped it, and Ripple crouched and looked the merchandise over, a mess of power tools and a jewelry box and 2 pistols and a fifth of somebody's good bourbon, all of it stolen and none of it worth the trouble it would bring. Ripple picked up a drill and set it down. 600, he said. For the lot. Wade's face went red. 6, the hell is wrong with you, old man? There's $4,000 of tools in there alone. 600, you can go to hell. 600's the number. It's hot, all of it, and it's marked, and I'm the only man in 3 counties fool enough to take it off you, and we both know it. Ripple stood up, his knees cracking. Take it or leave it. Makes me no difference. Then leave it, Wade spat in the gravel. Get bent. Ripple shrugged and turned and started back toward his car, his boots crunching slow and even across the gravel. Hey, old man. Wait up. Ripple stopped and looked back. Wade was standing there working his jaw, needing the money worse than he needed his pride, and after a second he jerked his head down in a nod. Fine, Wade said. Thanks. Whatever. Where's the cash? In my car. Not out here. Ripple came back a step. Where are you staying? Wade's eyes narrowed. Why you want to know that? Because that's where I'm bringing the money. What? Just give it to me here and take the stuff. What's the big? Not in the open, Ripple said. Not standing in a gravel lot off a state road with cash and stolen guns changing hands. They'll have us cuffed before we get to the highway. They who? Wade's voice came up and his hand drifted toward the windbreaker. Ain't nobody here, man. You saying things. Ripple put his hand on Wade's shoulder easy, and Wade flinched and tried to twist out from under it, and Ripple closed his grip and held him, close and still, stronger than a man his age had any right to be, and he leaned in and dropped his voice down low. Look across the road, he said. Far shoulder. By the fence. Wade squinted out past the pumps and across the 2 lanes, and it took him a minute, and then he saw it, the constable's cruiser sitting quiet on the shoulder, nose to the road. That's who, Ripple said and let him go. The fight went out of Wade all at once. He rubbed his shoulder and looked at the ground. All right. All right. The Starlight. Off 9 mile up. Room 14, ground floor, no, 12. Upstairs, 12. Room 12. Good, Ripple stepped back. Here's how it goes. I pull out first. You wait 5 minutes by the clock, not a minute sooner, and you follow me to the starlight. We do it inside, quiet, and everybody drives away happy. You understand me? Yeah. Whatever, Wade zipped the duffel. 5 minutes. They walked back to their cars. Ripple got in the gray sedan and started it and pulled out slow, and he took the exit that carried him right past the constable's cruiser on the far shoulder, close enough to see the man inside, bent forward over the little computer screen bolted to his dash, busy, not looking up. Something about it sat wrong with Ripple as he rolled by, some small thing he couldn't put a name to, and then it was behind him and he was out on the county road and he let it go. He watched his mirror. A half-mile down, the dark sedan swung out of the wagon wheel lot and fell in behind him, and Ripple said a low word to himself, because it had not been 5 minutes, it had not been 2, Wade had waited about as long as it took to lose his nerve. So it was a race now. Ripple had meant to get to that motel a clean 5 minutes ahead, long enough to find the girl and be gone before the father ever pulled in. Now he'd get there maybe a minute up if he was lucky. He put his foot down and the gray car jumped, and in the mirror the constable's cruiser shrank and was gone, and Wade's sedan strained to keep him in sight. And that was when it came to him what had been wrong back there. The constable had been bent over his dash computer, staring into the screen. But the sun was down under the trees now, and the light was going gray, going to dusk, and there had been no glow on the man's face. A screen throws light on a man in the dusk. That screen had been dark. The constable had not been reading anything. He had been pretending to read something, keeping his face down, so he would not have to look Joe Ripple in the eye as Ripple drove past. They knew. They knew who he was, and they had known back there in the lot, and the constable had sat there quiet and let him drive off because there was a net being drawn around him right now, this minute, and the constable was only one strand of it. They were coming. Ripple stopped being careful. He put the accelerator to the floor and drove the gray car hard down the county road into the failing light, and the pines whipped by, and he did the only arithmetic that mattered, which was how many seconds he had, and the answer was not enough. The starlight came up on the left, a 2-story motor court with a busted neon sign and a gravel courtyard and an outdoor stair at each end, cars and a couple of pickups parked in front of the rooms. Ripple came in off the road too fast and slid to a stop at the foot of the near stairs and was out of the car before it had rocked back level, and he left it running, the door hanging open, and took the stairs 2 at a time. A housekeeping maid was coming along the upstairs walk with a stack of clean sheets up to her chin, and he came up over the top of the stairs fast, and she gave a little cry and pressed back against the rail, and he was already past her, counting doors. 10, 11, 12. He tried the knob. Locked. He did not knock and he did not wait. He stepped back and drove the flat of his boot in beside the knob, and the cheap door frame gave with a crack, and the door banged open, and he went in low with his hand on the pistol under his shirt. The room was empty. A bed with the spread pulled off it, fast food trash on the dresser, the TV on with the sound off. No child anywhere. For one long second the despair came down on him gray and heavy as the dusk out the window, and he stood in the middle of that ugly little room and could not breathe. Then he crossed to the bathroom and put his hand on the door and opened it. She was in the bathtub. A little girl in a yellow shirt gone gray with 3 days of dirt, her wrists bound in front of her with a bootlace and her ankles the same and a strip of gray tape across her mouth. And when the door opened and the big strange man filled it, she went rigid and her eyes came up huge and white and terrified because she had no idea in the world who he was. Ripple stopped himself in the doorway. Every cell in him was screaming to grab her and run, and Wade was maybe a minute behind him, and the law was drawing its net, and he made himself stop. He made himself take a slow breath and let it out. He reached up and pushed the long gray hair back off his own face so she could see him plain, and he got down on his knees on the wet tile so he was not looming over her, and when he spoke, he made his voice as soft and slow as he had it in him to make it. "Hey now," he said. "Hey, Sophie. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you, honey, not ever, not in 100 years. I'm your grandpa. I'm your mama's daddy." He watched her eyes. "Your mama sent me to bring you home to her." The terror in her face broke and something else came up under it, slow, wondering, and her eyes went wider still, and Ripple leaned in and worked the bootlace off her wrists and then her ankles and peeled the tape off her mouth as gentle as he could. She stared at him. Then in a small cracked whisper, "You're the man in the picture." "What picture is that, honey?" "The one Mommy keeps by her bed," she swallowed. "But you were younger. And your hair was yellow." He nodded and his throat closed up on him because he knew the picture she meant, the last one ever taken of him and her mama together, out on the porch steps, his daughter 12 years old and gap-toothed and leaning on his arm, both of them squinting into the sun. Yellow hair. He had yellow hair once, a whole life ago. And then she said the name. His daughter's name for him, the one she'd used when she was small enough to sit on his boot and ride it across the floor, the one nobody living had said to him in 23 years, and Sophie said it now like a question, hopeful, testing it, and it went into Ripple and took the last of his hardness clean out of him and put water in his eyes. "That's right," he said when he could. "That's me. That's your old pop." He got a hand under her and lifted her up out of the tub, and she let him, and she was so light it hurt. "You want to go see your mama?" She grabbed him around the neck with both thin arms and held on with everything she had. "Yes. Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. I want to see Mommy now, please, right now." "Then that's where we're going." He got her onto his hip and took her out of the bathroom and across the room and out the broken door onto the walk. "Hold on to me and don't let go." He was at the top of the stairs when Wade's car came screaming down the county road and swung into the Starlight lot in a long skidding slide, gravel spraying, the headlights swinging across the whole courtyard. It came within a foot of a knot of men and women standing around drinking beer off the tailgate of a pickup, and they jumped back cussing and hollering, and one of them slapped the trunk of the car as it slid past and yelled something ugly after it. Wade came boiling out of the car with the pistol already in his hand. He swung it at the beer drinkers. "Get back. Get back, all of y'all, this ain't your business." And then he ran for the near stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. Ripple set Sophie down behind him against the wall of the walkway and stepped into the middle of it, between the child and the stairs, and Wade came up over the top and stopped 6 feet off with the gun up and pointed at Ripple's chest, breathing hard, his eyes gone wild. "I know you now," Wade's lip curled. "Yeah. You don't look like your pictures, but it's you. You're that old boy off the news. Should have figured that bitch would try something slick like this." He jerked his chin at the girl. "What, you think you're just gonna walk on out of here with my daughter?" "She's not your daughter," Ripple said, quiet still. "A man that point a gun this close to a 5-year-old is no father to anybody. Her daddy would sooner cut his own hand off. She's mine and she ain't going nowhere." Ripple moved his hand slow toward his coat pocket, and Wade tensed all over and jabbed the gun forward, and Ripple stopped. "Easy now," he drew it out slow so Wade could see it the whole way. "Not the pistol. The brick of banded cash, the whole fat block of it out of the kit." He held it up. "You take this and you go. Anywhere you want. I don't want the tools, I don't want the jewelry, none of it. You let me carry this little girl home to her mama, and you give me your word you'll never come near either one of them again as long as you live." "Or what?" Wade grinned around the gun, jittery, sweating. Or what, old man? Or I'll find you and I'll kill you. Ripple said it the same flat way he'd say the time of day. I found you once. I'll do it again. Leave the state. Leave the country, I don't care where you go. But you don't ever contact my daughter or my granddaughter again. That's what the money buys. Take it or leave it. Wade's eyes went from the gun to the money to the girl and back, and Ripple watched the greed win out over the meanness in him, the way it always did in men like Wade. Okay, Wade said. Okay, I'll take it. Ripple stepped back toward the girl, and he lobbed the brick of cash through the broken doorway into the dark of the room. Go get it. And don't come out that door behind us. The next thing I take out of my pocket won't be money. Wade lunged past them into the room after the cash. Ripple scooped Sophie up and went down the stairs fast, one hand on the rail, and out across the courtyard toward the gray car sitting where he'd left it, door open, engine running. The beer drinkers had gone quiet and hard, gathered up close by their truck, muttering, watching the door Wade had gone through. He put Sophie in the front seat and reached across her and pulled the belt down and buckled her in, and told her to keep her head down and shut her door, and went around the back of the car toward the driver's side. And just then Wade came back out of the room with the duffel over his shoulder and the cash in his fist, and came pounding down the far stairs toward his own car. One of the beer drinkers Wade had thrown the gun on stepped out from the pickup and called his name, or called him something, and Wade turned toward the voice, and the man shot him in the chest. Wade rocked back into the side of his car. The cash and the duffel dropped out of his hands. He clawed the pistol up off his hip and fired back, and the beer drinker spun and went down clutching his arm, and then a woman by the truck had a little chrome pistol out in both hands, and she shot Wade in the throat. The blood came out of him in a black fountain in the dusk. Wade fired again, blind now, the rounds going everywhere, one of them punching through a room window in a burst of glass, and another catching a second woman low in the leg so that she screamed and folded down onto the gravel. And then Wade's knees went, and he sat down hard against his car tire and tipped over sideways into the dirt and did not get up, the blood running out of him into the gravel. Ripple was already in the car. He put it in gear and pulled out of the Starlight lot smooth and steady, not fast, a man leaving a place he had no part in, and behind him the courtyard was all screaming and running. He put his hand on Sophie's head and kept it there. You all right, he said. You hurt any place? No, she said in a tiny voice, down low in the seat where she couldn't see out the window and hadn't seen the worst of it. What was that noise? Nothing you need to worry about, he said. Ain't got nothing to do with us. You just rest now. We're going to your mama. He drove down the dark county road, and he made himself keep it slow and legal past the last of the town, and then he opened it up. A mile. 2, 3. The girl was quiet beside him, and the road was empty, and the first stars were coming out over the pines, and for the first time in 23 years, Joe Ripple let himself think that maybe, just this once, a thing was going to break his way. Then he looked in the mirror. 2 miles back down the straight dark road, coming on fast, a set of red and blue lights had lit up the night like Christmas, and behind them another, and Ripple looked at his granddaughter asleep against the door and knew he had never in his life been lucky enough for that.
Chapter 11. The county dispatcher came back on the radio, and Erin had the mic up before she'd finished the call sign. County Ranger 352. Go ahead. Ranger 352, be advised, we've got reports of shots fired, multiple parties down, at the Starlight Motor Court on Highway 9, 1 mile north of the Wagon Wheel. All units are responding, and the Nadine constables en route. Copy. We're about 2 minutes out. Rangers 351 and 352 responding. Erin hung the mic. Starlight passed the wheel. Go. Ruth put her foot down. The last light was going out of the sky, and up ahead she could already see red and blue flickering at the treetops where the light bars threw their color. And under her own engine, she could hear the first sirens. A pair of headlights came at her in the far lane. A gray sedan, mid-size, a few years old, holding the speed limit dead center in its own lane, while everything else on the road ran flat out the other way. Ruth had a second and a half to take it in as it closed and passed. An older man at the wheel, heavy through the shoulders, a ball cap pulled low, his face turned off to the right toward his own lane and away from her window, so all she got of him was a jaw and the brim of the cap. Too little and too fast to swear it was Ripple. There was a little girl in the back seat. She sat up close to the glass on the near side, her face to the window, watching the lights. For the piece of a second that the two cars drew even, her eyes came up and found Ruth, through both panes and held there. Wide eyes. Scared. Too big and too still in a face that small. Ava. The name went through Ruth before any part of her had decided to think it. Her foot came up off the gas and her stomach dropped, because that was Ava's face. The exact look her own girl used to get when she was little and woke in the night from a bad dream, and came and stood in the bedroom doorway without a word, waiting to be noticed, her eyes gone huge like that. For a second, a real one, Ruth thought it was her, thought her own daughter was somehow there in the window of a stranger's car, and her hands started off the wheel toward the brake. Then the sedan was passed, its tail lights shrinking in the mirror, and she caught up with herself. It was Ava. Of course it was. Ava was near twice the age of the little thing in that back seat. Up ahead, the starlight had come into view, and the constable's cruiser had pulled off the far shoulder with its bar lit, and swung across her lane into the motel entrance. She followed the cruiser in a second behind it, and rolled the Range Rover to a hard stop across the mouth of the lot, angling it so the body of the truck stood between them and whatever was going on inside, and she and Aaron came out of it with their weapons drawn and low. The Starlight was a 2-story motor court off the county road, a long L of rooms with an outdoor stair at each end and a gravel courtyard in the middle, a busted neon sign out front with half the letters dark. The courtyard was full of people who ought to have been behind locked doors and were not. Ruth counted better than a dozen of them on their feet, more coming out of the rooms, all of it lit up hard and jumping in the red and blue wash of the lights. Some were screaming. Some stood dead, still with their hands over their mouths. 2 or 3 had phones up. And 4 or 5 of them, that she could count in the first look, had guns in their hands. There was also what appeared to be a dead man she could see, over on the far side by a dark sedan, down on his side in the gravel and not moving, a dark pool around him. The living ones with the pistols were agitated and waving the firearms around, yelling and shouting. Drunk, most of them, she could tell it from across the lot in the way they stood and swayed, and lit up out of their minds on the adrenaline besides, waving the guns around loose at the ends of their arms while they yelled at each other, at the body, at nobody at all, the muzzles crossing the crowd and the rooms and the 2 rangers just coming in. It was a recipe for disaster. She had seen it before. A scene like this got a bystander or a cop killed by pure dumb accident more often than the fight that started it ever did. 2 pickups sat nose out near the center of the lot with their tailgates dropped, and between them stood a keg in a wash tub, and red paper cups lay scattered and crushed in the gravel all around. Out of the cab of one of the trucks, a stereo was going full blast, one of those Ella Langley super hits that were playing everywhere this summer, bright melody and sparkling lyrics, and contrasting sharply in its beauty with the whole ugly scene. 2 more vehicles swung in behind Ruth, the constable's second unit and a Nadine PD car, sirens winding down, and their doors came open and 2 more deputies climbed out and started shouting, and that only made it worse. The constable himself was already out in the middle of it, a big heavy man past 60 in a straw hat and a sweat-dark shirt, turning in a slow circle with both hands up over his head, hollering for everybody to please settle down and put the guns on the ground. Nobody so much as looked at him. His voice couldn't get out from under the music and the screaming. Ruth watched him try it twice more and give up nothing and get nowhere, and she knew they had about a minute before one of those pistols went off by accident and gave them a second body that nobody in this lot had meant to make. "Guns everywhere and every one of them drunk," Aaron said at her shoulder, quiet, his own weapon down along his thigh. "We rush in there hollering, somebody panics and starts shooting." "I know it," she was already backing to the truck. "Get out where they can see the star. Don't say a word. Just stand there and be big." She reached in through the driver's door and came out with the handset for the vehicle's PA, and she keyed it, and her own voice came off the loudspeaker on the roof loud enough to knock flat every other sound in the lot. "Texas Rangers on the scene." She let it ring off the motel wall and gave it a second to land. "I need every one of y'all to please stop where you are and be quiet. If you're holding a gun right now, I need you to crouch down slow, set it on the ground in front of you, and step on back off it. I would appreciate that kindly. And would somebody please shut off that lovely music? We all love Ella Langley too, but the party's over." Heads came around toward the truck. A few of them squinted into her headlights, trying to work out where the voice had come from, and some looked plain suspicious of it, and nobody moved. She said it again, slower, laying the words down one at a time, and while she said it, Aaron walked out from behind the truck into the open middle of the lot, where every soul in the courtyard could see him. 6'4", and the gold star riding on his chest catching the light, and he didn't yell, and he didn't point his gun at anybody. He just stood in the center of the whole thing, with multiple guns still being pointed by unknown persons, and looked at them, and let them look back. A man near the trucks crouched down and set a long-barreled revolver in the gravel, and backed off it with his empty hands raised. Then a second one did the same. A woman quit screaming all at once, and clapped both hands over her own mouth like she'd surprised herself. Somebody reached into the cab of the near truck, and the stereo cut off in the middle of a word. In the silence that dropped down after it, with the light still turning red and blue and quiet across all their faces, the only sound left in the whole courtyard was 2 people down on the gravel, whimpering and moaning, low and steady, the way people do when they are hurt too bad to do anything else. "All right," Ruth said, to Aaron and the constable and the deputies both. "Let's take it apart." It took the better part of an hour to start making sense of the lot. They went at it in pairs, Ruth and one deputy, Aaron and another, the constable working the middle. And they walked the whole courtyard sorting the shooters from the shot from the drunk from the merely terrified, gathering up the loose guns and bagging each one where it lay before it moved, sitting people down in a row along the walkway curb, and taking names and dates of birth off whoever was sober enough to give them. 2 ambulances came, and behind them a county fire engine that rolled to everything whether it was any use or not, and now the lot was more crowded than before, but the right kind of crowded, the EMTs down on their knees in the gravel with their bags open, cutting a pant leg away here and running a line there, and talking low and even to the wounded while they worked. More Nadine PD arrived and spread out. When they had some semblance of a reconstruction, Ruth and Aaron stood over the dead man and looked at him. He lay with his head propped against the front tire of the dark sedan, on his side, one arm thrown out ahead of him, a lean, strung-out-looking man of 35 or so in a windbreaker zipped halfway up. He had been shot at least 3 times that she could see without moving him, 2 in the chest and 1 that had gone in low on the side of the throat, and the gravel under him had gone black and soaked out a good ways. A cheap semi-automatic pistol lay a foot from his open hand, where somebody had already kicked it clear. 3 others were hurt and being worked on and would live, the senior EMT told her when she asked. A man in his 40s with a bandage cinched tight around his upper arm, sitting up against a truck tire, sober now and cussing in a steady undertone. A heavy woman with a bullet through the meat of the thigh. And a second woman, gray in the face and going onto a backboard, hit low in the leg and shocky but stable. 1 dead and 3 wounded. Looking at the ground and the number of shell casings the deputies were flagging, Ruth thought it was a wonder it wasn't 60 instead of just 6. It was a bad situation, but it could have gotten a lot worse. And what, if anything, did an escaped convict, dubbed the most dangerous man in Texas by the entire press corps, have to do with it? For the life of her, she couldn't tell. Her collar radio came alive. "Baker, Gus." The marshal's drawl came through it steady, the same unhurried Gulf Coast roll he'd had in the command center, though she could hear the day sitting heavy under it now. "Give me your situation." She stepped a few feet off from the noise and put a finger to her other ear. "It's a strange one, Gus, as I live and breathe. We had a man matching Ripple's description here at this motel, minutes ahead of us. Older, white-haired, driving a gray 4-door. What I can't tell you yet is whether he was staying at this place or only came here to meet somebody. What I can tell you is why he came." She looked back at the body. "Best we can put together, he came here to buy a child." A silence on the channel. "Say that again." "He bought a child, Gus. Handed over a whole brick of cash to another man who was here, and drove off with a little girl. And I don't mean that's a guess. I've got 4 separate witnesses telling me the same story, with the same hands." Bought a, Rel stopped, and she could hear him turning it over. "Then the dead man's your seller, and Ripple did him for the girl once the money changed hands. That's the part I keep snagging on," she said. "No. The dead man's a fella named Wade Dahlin, and near as I can tell, Ripple never laid a hand on him. Dahlin was shot by a total stranger. Strangers, I should say." She looked around at the trucks and the keg and the crushed cups. "There was a tailgate party going on right here in this lot when all this came down. Some good old boys and a couple of gals, 2 trucks, a keg, the music. From what they're telling us, this Dahlin came flying into the lot like the devil was after him, nearly ran the whole bunch of them over, and when they hollered about it, he got out and pulled a gun on them. Bad mistake to make in Texas. They were drunk and they were mad, and half of them were carrying. So they drew on him. When it was over, Dahlin was dead in the gravel, and 3 of the party were shot. All 3 are going to make it. And Ripple," Gus said slow, like he was setting each foot down careful. "Ripple paid his money, took the little girl, and skedaddled while the shooting was still going on. Didn't fire a round we can find, didn't stay to see how it came out. Drove off out of here slow and easy in that gray car of his." Gus was quiet a moment. Ruth let him have it and asked her own question into the gap. "What about your mall, Gus? Tell me you did better up there than we did down here." He let out a long breath through his nose. "It was a bust, Baker. The whole thing. We had what everybody swore was a high-confidence sighting. Older man, gray sedan, right build, walking in the front doors at the Fairview. So I threw 4 agencies at it, evacuated better than 4,000 people out of that mall, and locked down the entire end of the county." A pause. "The old man in the gray sedan turned out to be a retired schoolteacher named Willard Boyd, come to buy his wife a birthday present. Black fella, 71 years old, hasn't had so much as a parking ticket in 50 years of driving, and I had a tactical team put him face down on the tile floor of a Dillard's in front of his own grandbabies. By the time we got it sorted out, I'd pulled almost 80% of my local resources to that one mall. So we both struck out, Ruth said. Looks that way, a beat. Then, half under his breath, bought a child. I've been standing here saying that to myself for 10 minutes, and it will not go down. She started walking the edge of the lot, slow, working it out loud the way she always did, because saying a thing to another cop was how she found the holes in it. It doesn't compute, Gus. Ripple has no record of anything to do with children. No molestation charge, no assault on a minor. Nothing in that whole file that even points that direction. And that's not a small thing, given what the man is. From everything on your own board back in Brindle, what he is a contract killer. A professional, 40 years at it. And the professional part matters here, because near as the record shows, he only ever put down people who had it coming, killers, criminals, hard men in a hard business. Go down his list of known victims. A whole string of them were child molesters, child pornographers, men who hurt kids for money. I know all that, Marshal Gus Rell said. Go on. I want to know where you're going with this. It isn't only the outside work, she went on. Inside, 3 separate times, he got into it with other inmates and killed them, and every single one of those 3 was a convicted child killer or a child rapist. 3 of them, Gus. A man doesn't just happen into that. Everything in Joe Ripple's whole record says he was a man who purely hated anybody that preyed on children. That is not the man who buys a 5-year-old girl and traffics her. That's about the last man on earth for it. There was a long moment of silence in which she heard Gus say something to someone in person, then take a sip of what was probably coffee. I hear you, Baker. But you need to think outside the box. Stranger things have happened when men break out of a long prison stretch. Maybe he wasn't buying and transporting her for himself. Maybe he was just following orders. Ruth stopped walking. Whose orders? You telling me Ripple came out here with a job I don't know about? Not exactly. But you've been at this long enough to know how it goes. Every so often a hard case, a lifer, especially, a man with nothing left to lose and no daylight coming, gets himself broke out or walks out on a paper parole, and it turns out somebody sent him. There's a piece of work waiting for him on the outside, something premeditated, set up by a person or persons unknown, and he does it in exchange for favors or money or something done for somebody he cares about, and then he goes back to his hole or he goes to ground and nobody's the wiser. Sure, Ruth said. Quid pro quo. A man looking at dying behind the wall steps out and does one last gig to make sure his people get a payday after he's gone. A prisoner's pension. She had seen the edges of it more than once. I know it happens. Prisoner's pension. That's a nice way of putting it, Gus said. So maybe that's your answer. A man doing one last job, and the child is just some piece of it. If your man was Ripple at all. Because you told me yourself, you haven't nailed that part down. Could still be some other white-haired old man in a gray car, having the worst night of his life. That's right, we haven't confirmed it's him. And that's where I could use your help. She looked across the lot to where Aaron stood with the constable. My partners already got the local constable to pull every piece of camera footage in the area. The wagon wheel down the road has got pump cameras and a lot camera, and this motel's got a couple up under the eaves that might have caught the courtyard. We're sending the whole package up to you at the command center. You've got the hardware and the people for it. Run the old man's face against Ripple and tell me yes or no, and run the little girl while you're at it. I want to know who that child is. "Yes, ma'am, we'll get right on it soon as we." A muffled voice said something on his end. "All right, I'm told the digital package is already uploading to our servers as we speak." "Good work getting it moving that quick. Let me put my people on it, and I'll call you back the second I've got a face." "Rel out. Baker out." She stood a second with her thumb off the key, the wet river smell coming up out of the bottoms behind the motel, and then she went to find Aaron. He was a few feet off, finishing up with one of the shooters. A big Hispanic woman in a denim jacket, her dark hair come loose out of its tie and her mascara run down both cheeks in black streaks, and there was blood on her, down the front of the jacket and smeared up both forearms. Not her own, Ruth saw. She'd been down in the gravel with her hands on somebody's wound before the EMTs got to them. The woman was talking with both hands going, crying and talking over herself, and she kept coming back to the one thing. "And he pointed it right at us, right at my sister. What were we supposed to do? Just stand there and let him shoot us?" "It was self-defense. That's all it was. That's all it was." "Yes, ma'am, I hear you," Aaron said, gentle, writing in his pad. "Thank you for your cooperation. You go on and sit down over there with the others and catch your breath, and somebody will take your full statement in a little while. Thank you for your time." He watched her go, and the tiredness came back into his face the second she'd turned away, and he crossed to Ruth. She brought him up to date low and quick, the mall gone to nothing, the retired schoolteacher they'd thrown down on a department store floor, and Gus's answer about orders and a payday. Aaron listened straight through, without stepping on any of it. "He's not wrong that it happens," he said when she'd finished. "A man doing one last job for a payoff. I've seen it before," he shook his head. "But it doesn't sit right on Ripple, and it doesn't sit right on a 5-year-old girl." "No," Ruth said. "It doesn't." The constable came back across the lot toward them at a heavy, fast walk, his straw hat pushed up off his forehead and his phone in his hand, and something in his face had changed. "Rangers," he was a little out of breath. "Got an ID back on your dead man, and it come with a couple things attached I figured you'd want to hear quick." He held the phone down where the light was better and read off it. "Deceased is one Wade Dahlin, 35 years old, and he is a genuine piece of work. Rap sheet as long as your arm, fraud, extortion, pimping, a couple assaults pled down, failure to pay alimony." He looked up. "But here's the part. Right up at the top, active, Dahlin his own self is the subject of an Amber Alert. Went out 3 days ago. He kidnapped a child, his own biological daughter, 5 years old, that he did not have custody of. Snatched her right out of her own yard. And there's a protective order on him besides, filed by the child's mother. His ex-wife." Ruth felt something stir inside her, a sense that the case had just become something bigger than it had seemed at first. "What's the mother's name?" she said. The constable ran his thumb down the screen. Her married name was Dahlin, same as his. But she went back to her maiden name after they split. He looked at her as if waiting to see her reaction. "Ripple. Her maiden name is Ripple." Ruth and Aaron looked at each other across the body in the gravel, and neither one of them had to say it, but Aaron said it anyway, low. "Well, shoot me in the foot and call it happiness." He looked down at Wade Dahlin. The dead man was Ripple's son-in-law. And that itty-bitty thing he drove off with is his own little granddaughter, Ruth said. And she thought of the face of a little girl in the back seat of a gray sedan that had driven past her going the other way.
Chapter 12. Ripple got back to the pawn shop a little after 10, with the little girl asleep against the passenger door. It had taken him the better part of 2 hours to cover ground he could have driven in 40 minutes. He hadn't driven a straight mile since the motel. He stayed off the highways and kept to the gravel section roads and the farm cuts, the ones that ran between pastures and didn't go anywhere a stranger would think to look. Twice he saw the light bars of patrol cars off on the main roads, running fast towards something, and both times he turned down the nearest side road and waited them out. Once he pulled in behind a hay barn, shut off the engine, and sat in the dark for 10 minutes to be sure nothing came along behind him. Nothing did. The country was empty at that hour. A few farmhouse lights, a lit-up church sign, a gas station closed for the night with one bulb burning over the pumps. A mile off across a field he saw a roadblock, the red and blue of it flashing against the tree line, and he was glad he had already turned away from that road before he ever got close to it. Sophie had cried for the first few miles, quietly, her face to the window, too worn out to make much noise about it. Then she had fallen asleep with her cheek flat against the glass, and one small hand holding the hem of her dirty yellow shirt. She woke once somewhere in the second hour and looked around and didn't know where she was and started to come apart. He reached over and put his hand on her back and told her he was right there, she was safe, they were going to see her mama soon. She believed him and went back to sleep. He drove the rest of the way, keeping one eye on her. The shop was dark and the sign was off. He came in off the county road with his lights already out, rolled around to the back, and stopped in the alley by the steel door beside the loading dock. He shut off the engine and sat a second, listening. Nothing but the tick of the motor cooling and a dog barking somewhere a few streets over. Then he woke her with a hand on her shoulder. "Sophie, we're here." She came awake all at once, the way little kids do, scared for a second until she found his face and knew it. She sat up and rubbed her eyes with the heel of her hand and looked out at the dark alley and the brick wall and the dumpster. "This doesn't look like Mommy's house." "It's not. This is a friend of mine's place. A good friend. We're going to stay here tonight where it's safe, and tomorrow I'll take you to your mom." He looked at her. "But I've got a surprise for you first. You want to hear about it in a minute, once we're inside." "What is it?" "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise." She thought that over, too tired to argue with it, and put her arms up to him. He lifted her onto his hip, shut the car door quietly, and carried her to the back of the shop. She weighed almost nothing. It bothered him how little she weighed. He only had to knock once. A light came on inside, and then the door opened on Faye in a robe with her hair down around her face, older looking without her day put together on her. She looked at him first, and then she saw the dirty little girl half asleep on his hip, and whatever she had been about to say to him went out of her. "Oh," she said low. "Look at her. This is Sophie. I got her back." "You sure did." She stepped back and swung the door open wide. "Get her inside, both of you." Off that alley before somebody comes by. She looked past them at the empty alley the same way he had, out of the same habit. She took them up a narrow inside stair to the apartment over the shop, a hand on the rail, moving quiet in her slippers. Down below, the store was all locked cases and bright light, and nothing you'd want to touch. Up here it was different. It was small and warm and lived in, a couch and a deep chair and a lamp already burning low, a little kitchen along one wall with the dishes stacked in the rack to dry, a calendar from a feed store tacked by the window, a few framed photographs he didn't look at too close. It was a home. He hadn't stood in a real home in a long time, and it took him a second. Faye went around the room turning the lamps down instead of up, keeping the front windows dark, thinking about the street without anybody telling her to. She had always been like that. It was one of the things about her. Ripple set Sophie down on the couch. She sat where he put her, swaying a little, blinking around at the strange room. Even worn down to the nub the way she was, her eyes went everywhere, taking it all in, and she looked back up at him. Whose pictures are those? My friend S. This is her house. What's her name? Faye said, coming over. You can call me Faye. And I bet I know your name. I bet your name is Sophie. Grandpa told you. He did. He talks about you. Faye crouched down to the child's level, her knees cracking, and smiled at her. You look like you had about the longest day a person can have. Sophie considered that seriously and nodded. Ripple crouched down too. Faye, before she goes to sleep. Her mother hasn't known for 3 days whether this child is alive or dead. I want to let the two of them talk tonight. But we can't do it off her mother's own phone. That line is being watched, or it will be, and I'm not going to hand anybody a way to find this girl. Faye was already nodding. Give me the number. I'll call her from my own cell and tell her not to say anything, just to walk to a payphone and call this one back. She picked a cheap flip phone up off the counter and held it up. It's a burner. I bought it 2 towns over a while back. There's nothing on it and it goes to nobody. He gave her the number off the paper in his shirt pocket. Faye made the call standing at the kitchen counter with her back half to the room, her voice gone soft and careful. He heard her say who she was calling for and that the child was safe, was fine, was right here in the room with her. And even across the room he heard the sound the woman made on the other end of it, the same sound his daughter had made that afternoon in the doorway of the metal building, a sound that had no words in it. Faye read her the number twice slow and told her to hurry and hung up. They waited. Faye sat down on the arm of the couch near the child. Ripple stood by the counter. It took about 6 minutes. Sophie was tipping sideways into the cushion, her eyes closing when the burner buzzed. Faye picked it up on the first ring, said hello, listened a second, and then she smiled and got up and crossed the room and crouched down in front of the girl and held the little phone out to her. Sophie, honey, somebody wants to talk to you. Sophie took it in both hands and put it to her ear, and for a second she didn't say anything at all. Then her whole face came apart. Mommy. Ripple stood back by the counter and didn't move. Mommy, it's me, it's me. The words came out on top of each other and then broke down into crying, and she was crying and laughing at the same time and pressing the phone so hard against her ear that it bent away from her head. Daddy took me, but Grandpa came and got me. From the picture, Mommy, the one by your bed. He's here. He's real, she listened, her chin shaking, nodding hard at whatever her mother was telling her, even though her mother couldn't see her do it. I wasn't scared. I was a little scared. There's a nice lady here named Faye. I want to come home. Can I come home? I want to come home now. Ripple listened to the small, tinny sound of his daughter's voice coming back through the phone, steadier now, doing the thing mothers do, and something that had been drawn up tight in him for 3 days finally let go. He had to look down at the floor for a minute and get himself right. When he looked back up, Faye was not watching the child. Faye was watching him. Her eyes were wet and she didn't try to hide it or wipe it away. She just looked at him while he watched that little girl and let him see that she saw. When Sophie had said it all 2 or 3 times over and started to run down, Faye touched her knee. 1 more minute, sweetheart. The child said her goodbyes, hard and unwilling, and Faye took the phone back and put it to her own ear. She's safe here with us. Not a mark on her, I promise you. You get some sleep tonight and we'll sort out the rest in the morning. She listened a second and her face softened. I know it. Good night now. She closed the phone and set it on the windowsill. Faye came over to the counter where Ripple stood and dropped her voice so the child wouldn't catch it. And the father. Wade. Dead, Ripple said. Not by my hand. But he's dead and he won't be coming after her again. I'll tell you the rest of it later. Faye took that in and nodded once and let it go for now. Then she went and ran a bath. He heard the pipes knock and the tub filling, and when it was ready, she came back and got Sophie up off the couch and steered her toward the bathroom with a hand on her shoulder. The child, who 3 days ago had been snatched out of her own backyard and had every reason left to trust no grown-up on earth, let this stranger she'd known 20 minutes peel the ruined shirt off over her head and lift her into the warm water without one word of complaint. Kids know who's safe faster than grown people do. Ripple sat in the front room in the low light and listened. He couldn't make out the words through the wall, just the run of them, Faye's voice going low and easy, and the girls' tired little answers, and once, near the end, the two of them laughing at something, the child's laugh high and surprised, like she'd forgotten she could. He was glad of the wall between them. He drank the coffee Faye had poured him earlier and let them have that time to themselves. Faye brought her out clean and pink, wrapped up in one of Faye's own soft t-shirts that hung down past the child's knees like a nightgown, her wet hair combed flat against her head, half asleep already on Faye's shoulder. As Faye carried her past the chair, Sophie lifted her head and looked at him and reached out a hand. Grandpa. Faye set her down on the made-up couch, and Ripple got down on one knee beside it, slow, the way his knees made him do everything now. The girl looked up at him out of two big pale eyes gone heavy at the lids, and they were his own eyes looking back at him. He had never in his life spent a thought on his own eyes, and here they were in a 5-year-old's face, the same wide pale gray, come down the line through his daughter to this child. It put a lump in his throat he had to work past. Grandpa, will you tell me a story? He hadn't told a story to a living soul in more years than he could count. He didn't have one ready. He looked at her small, clean, waiting face and started making one up as he went. All right, he said. Once there was a bear. A big black bear, and he lived way back in the woods. But he wasn't always big. When he was little, this bear did one bad thing one time. Just a little thing, a mistake, the kind anybody makes. But everybody in the woods found out about it, and they decided that bear was a bad bear. And they never let it go. Every time something went wrong in those woods, a bird's nest fell down, or the berries came in sour, or somebody's honey went missing, they all pointed at him and said, that bad black bear did it. Even when he hadn't done a thing. Even when he was way over on the other side of the woods, asleep. Sophie watched him, not blinking. Well, that bear thought about it for a long time, he said. And after a while he decided, they're going to call me bad no matter what I do. I could be good my whole life and they'd still say I did it. So what's the point? If everybody already thinks I'm the bad bear, then I might as well be the bad bear. And that's what he did. He got mean and he got big, and he started doing the very things they'd always said he did, because it didn't seem to matter anymore whether he did them or not. That's sad, Sophie said quietly. It is sad. But that's not the end of it. Her eyes were sinking now, and he lowered his voice down to keep her going towards sleep instead of pulling her back from it. One day that big black bear came around a rock, and there was a little deer standing there. And the deer looked up at him, and she wasn't scared, and she didn't call him a bad bear. She said, I don't think you're bad at all. I think I like you. Will you be my friend? And that bear who could have eaten that little deer in one bite, easy, he looked at her for a long, long time. And then he decided he didn't want to. He decided he'd rather have the friend. So he didn't eat her, and the two of them were friends, best friends from that day on. He watched her eyes lose the fight. And that big black bear never did another bad thing for the rest of his life. The end. She was asleep. She had gone under somewhere around the deer, her breathing dropped down slow, and even one hand still open on the blanket where she'd been holding onto the edge of the story. He stayed there on one knee beside her a while and didn't move. Then he leaned in and kissed her on the forehead light, and she didn't stir, and he got up off the floor and went and sat down in the chair across from Faye. For a while neither of them said anything. The apartment was quiet. Faye had made a fresh pot of the good coffee, and she poured him a cup and one for herself and folded up into the corner of the couch with her feet tucked under her, and they both sat and watched the child sleep for a bit, the way you'll sit and watch a fire. She's a good girl, Faye said finally. She is. Got a lot of you in her, poor thing, but she smiled when she said it. He looked at the coffee in his hands. He and Faye had a lot of years behind them, most of them spent apart. She had come to see him the whole first stretch he was inside, every visiting day, hours on a bus each way, sat across a steel table from him and told him about her week like they were a regular couple with a regular life. He had loved her for it and hated what it was costing her, and in the 5th year he'd told her to stop coming, and when she wouldn't stop he'd taken her name off his list and let them turn her away at the gate, because that was the only thing cruel enough to work. He'd done it so she would go and marry some decent man and have a life. She demarried somebody and it had come apart inside a year, and she'd been on her own ever since. He had wanted better for her than that. He had wanted a lot better for her than a man like him. Faye, he said, you've got that internet thing on your phone or your computer. The one where you can look up about a person. I've got it on the phone and I've got it better on the computer and back, she said. Why? I need you to look up a name for me. I never learned how to do it. 23 years I've been inside, and the whole world learned 100 new tricks in that time, and I didn't learn a one of them. He turned the coffee cup a little on his knee. Look up a woman named Ruth Baker. She's a Texas Ranger. Faye looked at him for a moment, and he watched her want to ask what it was about, and decide, the same way she'd been deciding not to ask him things all afternoon and all night, to let it be for now. She got up and came back with a laptop and sat down and set it on her knees, and the light of it turned her face pale blue in the dark room. She typed and read for a minute, and then she started telling him what was there. There's a lot of her. She's kind of a name, she scrolled with one finger. Senior Texas Ranger. Been at it 15, 20 years. It says she's got the best case closing record in the whole state, and the articles all sound about half scared of her when they write her up. She kept reading. She works with a partner, name of Tate. Big fella, ex-military, some kind of war record. And it says the two of them got married this past year. She turned the screen toward him for a second so he could see the picture, a tall, gray-jawed man and a plain, steady-looking woman, and then she turned it back. They've got kids at home. Looks like an older boy and a couple little ones. Go on, he said. Here's the part that's sad, she read for a moment before she said it. Her ex-husband, man named Jim, he got murdered. Years back now. And she didn't just take it lying down. She worked the case herself. Ran the man down and put him away for it. That's the case that made her name from the looks of it. She built the whole rest of her career up on top of that one. Faye looked up over the top of the screen at him. So this is a woman who lost her ex-husband to a murder, caught the man that did it, raised up a house full of kids, married her partner, and she's out there tonight, right now, running around the woods hunting for you. She set the laptop down flat on her knees. Joe, what is this? Why am I sitting here reading you some lady ranger's whole life at 1 a.m? He didn't answer straight off. He looked at the sleeping child, and then at his own big hands wrapped around the little cup, and he took a breath and let it back out. There's a captain at the Kessler unit, he said. Dunmore. Roy Dunmore. He's the one really runs the inside of that place, whatever the name is on the warden's door. He's the one that got me out. Him and whoever's over the top of him, because there's somebody over him. I never saw who, but Dunmore's the face I dealt with. He kept his voice flat and even. It wasn't luck, Faye. The riot, the fire, the doors coming open all at once, the fence cut in the right spot. He built every piece of that, all of it, just to walk one man out the back door in the middle of the noise. Mail. And the price of it, the job I gave my word I'd do, he looked at her, was her. Ruth Baker. Her and her husband and every last soul under her roof. That's what I was broke out of prison to do. Kill that woman and her whole family. Faye went very still. The blue light of the screen was on her face, and she had stopped seeing it. No, she said. No, Joe. She set the laptop off her knees and onto the couch cushion like it had gone hot in her hands. You can't do that. You cannot go and kill a Texas Ranger and her babies. That is the one thing in this whole state a man cannot walk away from. There's no woods deep enough and no country far enough. They will not stop, not ever, not for a man that killed a ranger and her children. You'd be dead or caught inside of a week, and they would take their time about the dying part. I know it, he said. You know it, she stared at him. Then how in God's name did you ever say yes to it? Because I didn't care. He said it plain, no self-pity in it, the way another man would tell you the time. That's the honest truth of it, Faye. When Dunmore's man came and laid it out for me, I was 3 months off a needle in my arm. 3 months, and then they were going to strap me down to a table and kill me for the things I already did. So a man comes to my cell and says, I'll open the door, you'll walk out and breathe free air, and all it'll cost you is one more job at the end of a life that's been nothing but jobs. I didn't care about the job. I cared about the door. Because the door meant that before they killed me, I could do the one thing I'd wanted for 5 years and never once let myself say out loud. He looked over at the couch. See my own daughter without a glass wall between us. And lay eyes one time, just the once, on that baby I only ever had off a little soft photograph. His voice slipped on the end of it, and he stopped and worked his jaw for a second and made himself go on. And now I've gone and done it, he said. I've had her 3 days. I carried her out of a bathtub tonight, and she reached her arms up to me. And I can't do the rest of it, Faye. I can't. I couldn't have told you that this morning, standing in your shop. But I've held her now. I've heard her laugh. And his throat closed up on him, and he couldn't get the last of it out, and he didn't have to. Faye nodded slowly. Her own eyes had filled again. Now that you've met her, she said gently, you can't stand the thought of never seeing her again. He nodded. He couldn't have said a single word right then to save his life. Then don't, she leaned toward him. Then don't do what that man told you to do, Joe. It's just that simple, and it's just that hard. You don't do it. She let it sit a second. Stay here. Lie low a few days and let some of the heat come off the roads. We'll get Sophie back to her mother, all of us together, careful when it's safe. And you spend a few real days with the two of them, whatever days you've got, before you have to go back inside." She stopped there. Then softer, testing it out, or... He frowned at her. "Or what?" She shrugged one shoulder, and there was something almost bashful in the way this hard, capable woman did it. "Or you don't go back inside at all. I've done all right for myself with this place, Joe. Better than all right. I've got money set aside, a real amount of it, more than enough to take two people somewhere with no extradition treaty and nobody asking questions. There are whole countries down south where a little money buys a lot of quiet. We could go. Just disappear, the both of us, right into the woodwork. Lie on a beach somewhere and be nobody at all, and live out whatever's left, however long that turns out to be." She reached over and put her hand on his forearm, light and warm. "We were good together once. I never did stop thinking so. We could be good again." He was quiet for a while, looking down at her hand on his arm, and then over at the child, turning it over the way he turned everything over, all the way through to the end of it. "That would be something," he said at last. "That would truly be something, Faye." Then he shook his head. "But what about them? My girl and Sophie. I run off to some beach at the bottom of the world, and I never lay eyes on either one of them again. I'd have just traded one wall for a prettier one. Now you listen to me," her voice firmed up. "You're a condemned man, Joe. You go back inside after a stunt like the one you just pulled, and you'd be lucky to draw 3 more months of breath, and you know that better than I do. And it won't be 3 months of visits, either. They'll cut your list down to nothing. Maybe they let your daughter come see you 1 time or 2 before they pull the curtain, and maybe they don't let her come at all. That is what going back buys you. A window if you're lucky, and then the table." She turned her hand over and took hold of his. "But this other way, you're alive. You stay alive. And if your daughter's willing, and I'd say a woman who did what she did to get that child back would be willing to do a good deal more, then we work out a place. Somewhere down in South America, once a year, maybe twice. She brings Sophie down to you. Her ex-husband's dead and gone now, God rest nobody, and that baby's young enough to start school anywhere on this earth. You get real time with them. Years of it a little at a stretch. Family. Almost like regular people. And you'd be breathing the whole while." She held his eyes. "You'd have to talk it through with your daughter. But that's the shape it could take, Joe. Alive and with your family. Instead of dead and gone." He sat with it a long moment. The lamp was low, the coffee had gone cold in both their cups, and across the room the child breathed slow and even in her sleep. "And you and me," he said. "And you and me." She didn't look away from it. "Heck yeah, you and me. I'm too old to be coy about it, Joe, and so are you. We've both seen too much life to play at it. I want to be with you. I have wanted it just about my whole life. You're the best man I ever knew, and don't you go making that face at me, because you just proved it all over again tonight. You gave up the one thing you wanted in this world, and you spent it going and pulling that little girl out of whatever hell her no-good father was driving her into." She shook her head slowly, and there was a shine in her eyes and half a smile coming up under it. "That puts you close to an angel in my book. And you know what the good book says about lying down with angels." He smiled in spite of the whole long ruin of the day. "I don't believe it says a thing about that, Faye." "Well, it ought to." She leaned in and kissed him, and it was not the goodbye kiss she'd given him that afternoon with the whole world pressing down on it. This one had time in it and a decision behind it. He put a hand up into her loose hair. One thing came around to the next the way it had a whole lifetime ago, and they got up quiet so as not to wake the child, and went into the little bedroom off the back of the apartment and pulled the door to. Neither of them was young, and they didn't pretend to be, and there was an ease in that, in the not having to pretend. He was slower than the man she'd known, and she was softer than the girl he'd known, and none of it made a bit of difference. It was good. It was better than it had ever been for him in his life, with all those hard young years behind him now, and from the way she held on to him afterward, he thought it was the same for her. He lay awake a good while after in the dark, with Faye's breathing gone slow and even against his shoulder, and the child asleep in the next room, and the quiet of the whole house wrapped around the three of them. He let himself walk all the way through the picture she'd painted, the beach, the money set by, his daughter and his granddaughter coming down to meet them under some southern sun, years of it, all of them alive at the same time in the same place. He had not let himself hope for a single thing in more years than he could count. He de-taught himself out of it because hope was a thing they could take away from you in that place, and they had more than once. But there was a warm woman asleep on his arm now, and a little girl safe in the next room who had reached her arms up to him, and for once he didn't sit there in the dark adding up all the ways it could still go wrong. He held onto the picture of it instead, and he closed his eyes, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, Joe Ripple went to sleep to good dreams.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.